And we are live. Let's go out there and see if we can see ourselves.
Can you see it through the
No, you
astroturf?
actually, no, you actually, if you want to see the stream, you actually have to go out on Twitch.
Okay, I'll pull up the link.
But on Twitch.
Hopefully I'm signed into Twitch on this computer.
There we go. Ragnar. Oh, who is that in there? Desmond Field. There.
Of course, we put the smallest person in the middle.
Should be.
Okay, now I gotta figure out how to turn the volume for Twitch off,
So,
I don't hear myself.
yeah, so if you mouse over the screen in the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see the little icon um,
There we
for
go.
it. Yep,
It's almost hidden because of the
I
D&D
know.
Beyond. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh my.
yeah, no, it's all right. I could probably put it in a different place, like the overlay. We can move it to the other side, off to the right, but it doesn't really matter, to be honest with you, to me.
Yeah, now that I know it's there, it's not a problem.
Yep. So I've been begging Figley's player to update Figley for the past week and a half, almost 2 weeks. Still hasn't done it, so I'm just going to leave Figley at third level.
Just leave them at their level, make them vulnerable,
That's it.
or just take a level with them. Just put toughness on them. Needs it.
I
What
mean,
is Figley anyway? Like a rogue?
he's a gnome rogue, yeah.
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 I think I remember is it a ranger, rogue, eldritch knight, and fighter? I want to say for Desmond.
For Desmond?
Nos. Sorry, I
Oh,
was looking at the
yeah,
token.
no, Proviscro, he is uh a uh a wizard artificer.
Oh,
So
that explains why he's wearing armor. I was
yeah,
like,
he took that's why he took it. He wanted to take that one level of artificer so he can get these bonus and skills. And
I mean, you know what multi-class I am, and it doesn't help me at all because barbarians and fighters are exactly the same thing. Except
right,
I have a piece of chainmail that I'm not wearing because I have a higher AC without it.
right.
Well, not a higher AC. I have a higher. Well, I can't use my rage if I do.
Yeah.
It's heavy armor.
Yep. Oh, Jacob's saying that mechanically he wants the owl, but he wants the token to look like that. That's totally fine then. I can handle that. You wanted that little.
Pseudo Dragon is strong. I don't actually know
Well,
what their stats are like.
so pseudo dragon, the big thing is they have like that empathy thing that they can do that's like crazy. They can they can broadcast fear, or they can broadcast like happy thoughts and stuff, and it sort of affects the emotions of people. So
Oh, the only
they're pretty nifty little critters.
the only thing I've ever really seen with the Pseudo Dragon, it wasn't a Pseudo Dragon. It was a Fey Dragon,
Yeah.
and it just hung out with the party, and they didn't realize why they were feeding it.
Hopefully people will start showing up soon. I know that Figley's not going to be here. Ticks me off. That's all right.
Yeah. Let's just say he got arrested again.
Now the problem with Figley is they give him Friday because he's my son, right? So they give him Friday nights off so he can game, and he's like, "Oh yay!" But then they're like, "Oh yeah, you have to open in the morning," so he has to be to work at like 4 o'clock in the morning.
That sucks.
So he's like, "I can't." He's not going to game till 11:30, 12 o'clock, and then have to go work a full shift of grocery. So whenever he can't, then like, okay, that's fine, whatever.
I mean, that is definitely a rough schedule. I mean, I remember working a worse one. Like, I worked for UPS when the pandemic just started.
Yeah.
They switched. They changed the hour. Originally the job description was like, I think it was like 4 a.m. to 9, 5 days a week. By the end of the time I left after like 3 months to go back to school, it was 8-hour shifts starting at like I think it was 1:30 to 2, and
Yikes.
then Monday through Saturday. That really messed up my like schedule to play because I'd have to like I'd need to wake up as soon as
Nilo. Nilo's here.
Corvus.
What is up, sir?
Right now, the sky, thankfully, hasn't fallen down yet. If it does, though, we're calling Chicken Little.
Is
You do
bright for
realize
you? It's completely
you
blackout right now.
realize that we're live right now, so everybody just heard that stupid ass comment you made, Jacob. That's okay though.
Listen, man, people come here for the cringe. That's just D and D.
That's exactly what it is. Come here for the cringe.
How many people are actually in it?
So we are broadcasting. Have a little bit of a different opening to
Oh,
go
nice,
through.
nice, nice.
So
Oh,
whenever,
hey, it's fixed. Your side panel's fixed too.
oh yeah, because remember last time, it's like the problem is that I have one channel for both streams, and so I need to turn the overlay off for the 1E and then go turn it back on for 5E, and I always forget to turn it back on for the 5E. So tonight, when we're done, I have to remember to turn it off because on Monday, hey, thanks for the sub, bub. Appreciate that. And so anyway, I have to turn the overlay off tonight so that when Monday comes around, the 1E game doesn't have the overlay on it.
So I don't remember what we were doing immediately last time. Like I have
You
the notes
guys,
for.
you guys had rest. You went and checked out your new house.
That's it.
Then you came back to the gorgeous dwarf and you went and retrieved your horses and all of your gear, and you are getting ready to head out into the snow as the snow is beginning to fall, which I didn't tell you last time, but it is. The snow is
Is
beginning to
it
fall as
with
you
the
guys get ready to.
caravan or
No, you guys are on your own. The
okay?
caravan. The date. Oh, let me see my session notes here. The date today is the ninth day of readying. And the ninth day of readying is actually Sunday. And the caravan doesn't come in until the 11th, which is God's Day. Um, and then they go back on the 12th, which is Water Day. So they're actually, you got like 2 days before the caravan arrives. Um, which again, you guys could decide to wait if you want, but we'll talk about that when we get in the game. But
So I was asking, like, is there at some point during the morning activities that Nyla would have had about an hour of her time of her own time to cast her familiar spell?
yeah, we can do
Okay,
that. That's I'm not
yeah.
going to be
So
no worry.
it is indeed a gold pseudo dragon. However, it's an owl for stats.
Okay, yeah, because I don't do the pseudo dragon thing. I do the regular. It's the same thing that I do for Aviskro. He
Yeah,
wants an
yeah, it's the
eagle. He
same thing.
wants an eagle, but he gets the hawk stats.
This is where I get like a peacock as a familiar, and it just has its stats of just like a regular chicken.
And again, I don't understand why people, DMs in particular, get bent out of shape about that. I'm like, who cares? You're not affecting the game by saying that you have this creature or that creature. The only thing that it's going to affect is people are going to be looking at Nilo saying, what the hell are you doing with that gold thing flying around you? You know?
And well, Pavisco uses an owl stats if I recall
Yeah,
correctly. Yeah, it was
correct.
an
Yeah,
owl
and that's,
stats, but he uses an eagle and
yeah.
same thing. Like I went through and I looked at the different animals and he's right. Um the uh the owl is literally just a Mary Sue, has all of the abilities of the other three birds
Yep.
and then more.
Hey, Igerson, what's up, sir? Thank God you could make it out there. I saw all my auto things go out, and I look up and oh, Iger's right in the middle of it, all of it, man. What's going on, dude? Appreciate you making it. Hopefully you can stay for a little while. If not, we'll see you Monday. Hopefully we won't have the stream from hell that we had on Monday.
What
It was
happened?
everything. So basically, what it started out with was nobody in Discord could hear me, but you could hear me out on the stream. So we're thinking, okay, Discord's having a problem with their server. Let's try to move things around. Then all of a sudden, people are like, "Hey, man, your stream. We're watching your ping go crazy out on the stream, and it's slowing down and chopping up, and all of a sudden it froze." Then I'm like, "Crap, man, maybe it's my internet." So long story short, I streamed for about an hour, and then everything ended up crashing on me. And I got so I restarted everything. I restarted Discord. I restarted OBS Studio. Restarted streaming. Got about an hour and a half into it. We made it to our break, but it was like kind of pulling teeth to drag us across the finish line because, like I said, all of a sudden they're like, okay, everybody that's playing, all the players had to go out to watch the stream so they could hear what I was saying. And of course, you get that delay because I could hear them perfectly. They just couldn't hear me.
See,
So then when we went on our 15-minute break, I rebooted my machine. I checked all the settings again, and um, all of a sudden we were back and everything worked fine. And so I went on a little later that night, which was I think was kind of funny because we got done about 11:35. Well, we actually finished right about 12. So I start streaming again maybe 1 o'clock, I think it was, just to kind of test some things I was doing. And people started showing, I had like 8 or 9 people on my stream and I was getting subscriptions and people were cheering. I'm like, damn, I kind of like it. I'm about to start streaming in the middle of the night more often, man. People just show up and start throwing money at me.
but trust me, as a part of the IT crowd, everybody's awake at like 1 in the morning.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I know. I'm IT too, so but yeah, so here in a couple minutes I'm gonna kick off. I'm doing our kickoff a little differently than normal. Um, but we're gonna see how it works. Normal, I don't know how much you've watched of the stream, Spartan, but we typically right about now I'm kicking off the music and the stream kicks off, but now I'm gonna do it a little differently. Um, Instead of music, and then the music ends right at the time we're supposed to start the stream. But I'll do a little bit different, just see how it goes. Um, just
Yeah,
because I'm
Sean.
playing with some new layouts and stuff.
Make sure you put the pseudo token in there under my control.
Yeah, whatever.
Amy just came in. You use the kitchen.
Whatever. We're gonna have to.
I'm good for bed.
Um,
If you wanna.
what we can do, Jake, is just create a new character, and we'll create a. Well, actually, what we'll do is you're using the owl, right?
Yeah, I'm using the owl base.
So I'll just add the owl character, and then we'll just change the token on the owl character, and then I'll put it in your control.
That
So
works. Yeah,
I'll do
it is
that.
a base owl. I don't believe Find Familiar scales any of the stats.
No, it doesn't. All it does, well, I think it gives you, it tells you how many hit points you get. You only get like a couple hit points if like what 1 to 3 or something like that.
Familiar acts independently. It can take other actions as normal.
Hey, all right, guys, I'm getting ready to go live here. So
No, it doesn't. No, the hit points don't change either.
okay, all right, so we're going live. Hang on just a second. And we are live. Hopefully everybody can see me. Hopefully we're not going to have the stream from hell. Welcome everybody to another episode of Perrenland Adventures. I'm Sean, your host, bringing you together with some of the finest the interwebs has to offer. As you can see, we have a slightly different opening on our stream. I just felt that you guys didn't get enough of my bright, shiny face whenever we kicked the stream off, so I decided that this is how we're going to kick it off. First things first, we want to get through all of our housekeeping here, and then we'll kick off the normal stream as we always do with our really awesome intro and then into the game itself. So first things first, as you can see right below me, if you look like right, trying to point, but I'm not very good at it. You can see, congratulations, Lord Kazumba, for finally making Twitch partner. That is an incredible feat. It only took them 3.5 years. Twitch finally got off their ass and figured out that we have quality people out here doing quality stuff.
Woo!
And so him making partner is good for all of us because we are now creating the Greyhawk team, if you will. And so there's going to be several of us banded together, and we're going to grow this community. Hopefully, it just really blows up now that we actually have the partner support and do a lot of the things that he's been talking about doing for a while. So, Kazumba, congrats, man. Keep it up. We're behind you 100%. It's because of you that I got started doing this, and because of that, I have no life now. My wife gets mad at me every Monday and Friday. So, thanks, dude. I appreciate it. So let's talk about our game. For those that have never been here before, obviously this is our 5th edition game. We stream every other Friday, 7:30 till 11:30 ish. Hopefully you can stay with us the whole time. Halfway through, we do usually take a break, 15 minutes or so. If you're not big on the 5e, which is totally understandable, if you're an old school grognard, hit us up on Monday nights, same time, same channel. It's a 1st edition game, our 1e one shots, where players keep the same characters but just jump from adventure to adventure. We call it one shots, but usually it takes them like 30 or 40 episodes to get through it because that's just how my players are. They always go sideways when I'm trying to lead them by the nose through the adventure. But so yeah, so that's the 2 times we stream, Monday and every other Friday. Although I will say that we're this Friday and next Friday, you get bonus action from us because we skipped last Friday. We're just trying to get ourselves back on schedule. So hopefully you guys can make it. For all you guys that are here all the time, we appreciate the love. So what do we want to talk about really quick? Obviously when you watch Twitch, you get to see you get the tokens and all that stuff. If you trade in your tokens, you can buy our players nat 20s or nat 1s. Regulars know all about this, but if you're new to our stream, you can buy a natural 1 or a natural 20. Doesn't cost you coins. It's not cheers or anything like that. It's you just click to cash in what we call the Perrenland gross marks, which is basically a platinum coin. You trade those in, buy a nat 1, a nat 20, give it to the player or the DM. If you want to show love where love is needed, the DM can use his own nat 1 or nat 20. And then that player or players, depending upon who has them, can swap any roll in the game with that particular die. So if I hit them with a nat 20 and they have a nat 1, they can say, I want to swap out that with a nat 1, and so be it, and vice versa with the nat 20. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows about that. Just because our players need it, and we're always trying to show them love. So looks like everybody has made it that is going to make it tonight, I do believe, except for Figley. Unfortunately, Figley has one of those real life things where he has to be up at work in a wee hours of the morning here on the East Coast, and it just kind of sucks. But he can't play with us tonight. So your humble DM will do his best to keep him alive, but nobody plays Figley like Figley. I want to bring in our crew now. I appreciate you guys showing up on time, even early, which is, I think, not heard of in the longest time. I think since we were all face to face, Arthur, has everybody actually been here? Although I can't say that because Corvus, i.e. Nilo, was notoriously never on time. So we used to make that was sort of an inside running joke with us. But how you doing, man? Let's start with you, Adam. How's things going, man?
Oh, things are going all right. Just got home. Been out most of the day. Looking forward to playing some D&D. I'm gonna have to really watch your
Well,
intro thing
you're in the right
because
place. You're
yeah,
in the right place, then. If you want to play
I
some
hope
D
so.
and D, have we
I
got the
want to
deal
play
for
some
you?
D&D.
Yes, we
But
have you.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
why
I
I'm
wanted
here.
to switch it up just a little bit. Just trying to try out some new things, right? Just sort of
Yeah.
do the talk intro, and then we'll go into the former intro that we always use. Who knows?
I like
People
it.
may not like this format, but I did this mostly so I could call out Lord Kazumba making Twitch partner right there in big bold letters underneath my name and stuff. So cool, man. Well, appreciate you making it, Jacob. How you been, man? How you doing?
I'm
Been a
doing all
while.
right. I had a nice early day today after 2 weeks of repeatedly going out of town.
Nice. Where you going? Or where
I
did you
was
go?
I was in Gainesville for about 3 days, and then
Okay.
I was in Fort Lauderdale, and then I was back up in Gainesville again, cleaning up someone else's mess.
Okay, so this is work stuff that you were doing.
Yeah, that was
This
work
wasn't
stuff.
fun.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that sucks.
And tomorrow I am going to the Toby Keith concert
Dude.
over at the
Yeah.
county
Yeah.
fairgrounds.
Heck yeah, man. You go Dan Newland. For those in Orlando, Dan Newland is a local
Noodling.
attorney. Yeah, Noodlin. Dan Newland is a local attorney, and he puts on free concerts all the time. And now he's got Toby Keith and was it Trace Adkins? There's like three of them that are coming. I
Yeah,
forget the three,
I
but
think Trace Adkins was in there. There was but Trace Adkins was a later ad because there was supposed
yeah,
to be 2 other singers that was going, and both
yeah,
of them ended up having to drop out. So we got 2 more, and Adkins was
okay.
one of them.
Yeah, I knew,
It
but
used
Toby
to be
Keith's a
Morgan
big
and
one.
Morgan, by the way.
I know they used to do it, but then Newland took it over, so which is fine. Morgan and Morgan for the people's money. Sorry, did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. It's for the people. I'm sorry, for the people. Anyway, we have a new guy, Spartan 082.
You can just
Thanks.
say Connor if it makes it easier.
What's that?
You just say Connor if it
That's
makes it
fine. I
easier.
just, something, I don't want to use anybody's name until they tell me it's okay. But now that everybody knows it's Connor, we have the Connors with us, right? So if you've seen that show, The Connors, this is him. This is the show. They made a show about him, and now he's on our Twitch stream with us. So he's gonna bring that Connor attitude to the game. Appreciate you joining us, man. As people been watching the stream for a while know, we had a couple people drop out for unforeseen reasons and unfortunate reasons, usually revolving around life events like they have to work and stupid stuff like that. But appreciate you filling the void, man.
No problem, man. And it's nice to be here. I've never been much of a earlier editions D&D player, so it's nice to be able to see the new setting from like something
Yeah.
that a lot of the old vets have been used to for
That's
years.
it, man. Get used to it. Get used to it. We are Greyhawk through and through. It doesn't matter what edition D&D comes and goes. We are all Greyhawkers till we die. So, yeah. So I appreciate everybody showing up tonight. And let's talk a little bit about where the party was. They have finished finally retrieve the final piece of the sturgeon blood totem. So, for a little bit of backstory for those that are just joining us or don't know the full context, the party having cleared out a werewolf in this town that they're in, this little village of Christchurch, is sort of a little mining community on the eastern edge of Perrenland. They got themselves sort of hooked up, I guess, with this ancient artifact known as a sturgeon blood totem. It's this large totem pole about 7 feet tall, 2 feet around, and at the top of it, it has basically a shrunken skull of a Medusa's head with the worm or the snakes all sort of dried and hanging off it. The second piece of the totem was a basilisk, and there was a live basilisk eye embedded in it. The third piece was a wyvern's claw. So there's a wyvern on the totem, but this claw is instead of being painted on, the claw was real. And then the last piece that they needed was a Yeti's tooth, and there's a Yeti's mouth sort of emblazoned on and painted onto this sturgeon blood totem. And then they have to take this piece of the tooth, think of it as a 3D model, and they have to replace that. Legend has it that by putting all the pieces back on the totem, it will then reveal somehow, some way, where it was created, and then they could take this totem to where it was created and thus have it destroyed. And so the party has just recently claimed the last piece of the totem, which is the Yeti's tooth. But in doing so, they lost their dear friend Mercy. She fell to the lava worm as the party was. They had the tooth in hand. They defeated the fire elemental Genasi creature that was the guardian of the tooth beneath the lava caves. Escaped the Mount Hellspar, scrambled down the mountain, back up into the hills, and came back to their hometown of. I say hometown, but it's their base of operations in this little village of Christchurch. And so that's kind of where we find our party now. And so the next course of action, obviously, is for the party to head out of Christchurch and back to Traft to see what they may find. So, enough of me talking. Everybody settle in, grab your popcorn, grab your drinks as we begin tonight's episode, number 15 of Perrenland Adventures.
I think you are muted.
I am. Actually, I'm not muted. It's just I turned my mic off. Does that count as muted? Okay, I guess
Yeah.
so.
A little
Same
bit.
thing.
Yeah, a
A
little
little
bit.
bit.
All right, yeah. Yep. But however, like I said, we made it. We're live. We made it back. I appreciate everybody sticking with us through that little monologue that I had to open up. I cannot, again, congratulate Lord Gazumba enough. As you can see, we are now forming what we call Greyhawk Creatives, several Greyhawk content providers. There were 3 or 4 of us to start with that I know Lord Kasumba, he sent out invites to several other content providers. So hopefully we'll soon have an entire plethora of content creators that I will be able to rotate through here. Right now, I just put Lord Kasumba's up there, but eventually I'm going to be able to rotate through all of them, just like back in the day. For those of you that grew up in the '90s, that they used to have the rings that you could click, and then at the bottom of the website, everybody belonged to this group, and there was sort of this ring thing at the bottom, and it would kind of cycle through different people that were part of the same group, and then when they came across, you could scroll through them, or you just click on it and it would take you to that person's website, and it was all similar content stuff. And that's kind of where I cut my teeth. It was like the old Times Square and AOL and all them had that stuff. But yeah, that was kind of cool. So that's what we're getting to now, man. We're gonna get some good content going here for you guys, and hopefully it'll grow exponentially over the next few weeks or so. Now that we are able to sort of band together, if you will. So let's talk about the game. So we have everybody here except for Figley. Therefore, we have. Oh no, Maze isn't here. Oh my gosh, is Maze here? I almost forgot.
No, Desmond did not. Desmond's player did not make it.
Oh, hope he's doing okay. I can't believe I missed him because he had some family issues last time, and so maybe he didn't realize that we were gaming on our off weekend. That kind of blows. I don't know if one of you guys want to drop in Discord and send him a private message, seeing if he's going to be able to make it or not.
Yeah, sure.
If not, then I can run Desmond as well. Why not? If you follow our 1E game, you know that Praviskaro is never at the 1E game, and he has henchmen that I have to play along with his character. So I'm so used to playing multiple characters at a time, but that's okay. All right, what?
I'm never going to hear the end of like the two
Ever.
times that I wasn't there.
Ever. I just say it. I just say it that I'm used to playing multiple characters just because, and that's the big one is if it's different if just one player is missing and you have to NPC one, but when you got everybody
Yeah.
missing, then it's like crazy. So, all right. So, as I said, where the party recently left off, you guys are currently in the town of Christchurch. You have gathered yourselves outside. You were inside the gorgeous dwarf, I should say, and now it is probably just after breakfast as the snow has begun to fall. The temperature is still chilly, probably the low 20s as the wind blows slightly coming down out of the mountains. Um, but the big thing is that you now have the final piece of the totem, and so I know you guys were talking about uh, right again. There we go. Like it wasn't getting any sound or anything. As you guys sort of find yourselves making ready to head north out of the mountains down into the lower hills and north to the city of Traft, where you must return to the Academy of Magic to see Corbin, the headmaster, who currently, hopefully, at least you trusted him to maintain the totem in a secure spot for you guys to return. Really quick though, before we get too farther, prior to you guys getting all your stuff, I know that Nilo wanted to cast Find Familiar and get his owl. So let's
Owl.
his owl, not an owl bear, just an owl.
In quotes.
In quotes, yes. So we are going to do this. I want to assign this to Orvis. So you now
I
have
can
the
move it
owl.
now.
Yep. So now that you have control of the owl, you can change the token to make it look any way you want. So he has this little gold pseudo dragon looking thingy that he wants to use, and so we're
How
gonna
do
let
I
him do
change
that.
this one?
What's that, sir?
How do I? Oh, I see
So
it there.
yeah,
All right, I
you
found it. I found it.
got it. Good to go. You have to be smarter than the interface. So, um, as you guys are sort of making your way to gathering your gear, you've got your horses, and you're getting ready to mount up. Stepping out onto the front porch is a dwarf. Uh, but it's not just any dwarf. This dwarf has a helm over his head that completely blocks his eyesight, his face, if you will. Um, and from what you can see, there's no way he can see where he's going or what he's doing because this helm blocks his vision. And with that, I'll let Ragnar give introductions.
Ragnar's just gonna step out of the building, looking at the. Well, not looking, obviously. He's kind of just like vaguely moving his head between the group. Well, I see you're all returned. At least, I believe so. Innkeeper mentioned you're outside. Something
Yes.
about they're making magic again.
Were you looking for us?
To an extent. I heard you were the group that handled the werewolf problem here before.
Yes, some of us, yes. Well, what are you looking for? Perhaps I might be
Well,
able to help you.
well, I've been here since the war basically ended. Uh, mining company's been a bit rough, but honestly, I don't think I could have handled that issue if the werewolf would have been doing its deeds while I was away. You seem to be pretty strong yourself. I haven't seen a group like you in a while. Would you be looking for help by any chance?
And really quick, I don't want to put anything on Ragnar that he didn't want to agree to because I guess I should have asked you previously. Everybody that served in the various companies and stuff typically have wear their symbols with them. They still sort of maintain that sort of pride, like the Pax Mercury, right? The Pax Mercury, which is the mercenary companies that fought in the war. They tend to have their various insignias emblazoned on their clothing in some place, or if they're still soldiers, they'll wear their old company symbols on them, etc. So everybody um, kind of knows that, oh, okay, they served in the war and they served in this company, and most soldiers know what companies served in what regions, etc. So before we get too much further, would Ragnar have wanted to continue that so that everybody would know that he did actually serve in the war? Or would that be something that he's like, I don't give a shit about that and just not wear it?
He'd still wear his insignia, at least on his shield.
Yep.
The Iron Bastards,
Yeah, sorry. Go
the
ahead.
Iron Bastards insignia is what you would think a dwarf would think would be appealing, where it's literally a baby with a hammer.
Yep. And so, Nilo, as you see him sort of stand out, and you see this emblazoned symbol of the Iron Bastards, and the Iron Bastards were well known to the fighting units up around Bitter Pass, and so you and him sort of chewed some of the same dirt, so to speak, during the war.
Yeah, she proudly wears her unit and her badge and emblems and everything that she had on her armor. Uh, as she speaks, though, she kind of focuses more so on the shield than anything else before turning back to Pavisco and any
Mm.
others. But If the
Uh,
shield is his, I definitely vouch for their skill.
what exactly are these skills that you bring to the table?
Well, my unit was mainly frontline combats. You give me a position, I'll hold it until hell freezes over.
Uh,
Too
Dodo,
late. Yeah, I don't know if you're looking around, but things are pretty frozen over already. I think so. You might be a little late there, dwarf guy. As
Oh, the
Figly,
chill's bothering you? It's only pre.
as Figly the gnome is sort of looking up at you, just making a snide comment about hell freezing over, and you guys are now standing in about 2 inches of fallen snow.
I mean, Ragnar's just standing out here in a light t-shirt. Doesn't seem bothered at all.
I don't know if t-shirts are diegetic to this world.
Not t-shirt. Okay, a tunic. A tunic. Let me get that authentic tunic on.
All right.
Authentic, dude. Oh, they did have t-shirts. Yes, they did. Don't worry.
Listen, I stole this tunic. I don't know what it's called. It's weirdly shaped. I got it from some northern.
Yeah.
I believe they called them blouses. Shirt.
Before,
Tunic is a specific type of shirt.
all right. Before
T-shirt
we
is
get,
dwarven for what you're talking about.
Is this where I introduce sneakers or dwarven too?
actually,
There you
those
go.
are elven.
Nikes.
Yeah, sneakers elven. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So shall we continue with the game, or
Let's continue, please.
let us continue? Okay.
For sure, this is a fun bit.
I take no issue with having another fighter in our party.
What is that? As I gesture to the weird familiar.
Oh,
this?
yeah, no.
Not
Yeah,
quite
you
sure
wouldn't-
Something
yet.
really weird and
I believe
small.
it's a dragon of some sort. It's what came. It's what came when I just recently casted for it this morning.
It has.
The two
You
of us
kinda-
are. Go ahead.
He kind of reaches out to like touch it because he can feel where it is, and he gets a decent shape of it, but he can't understand what the bat wings of the dragon really are.
Dragon is very, very friendly, and it acts like a cat if you have food in your hand. Very, very happy to be petted.
Want to believe it purrs.
It doesn't. It purrs like one of the like a large cat would, which is more of a growl than a purr. But you get the idea.
All right. So as you guys sort of watch this, I don't know, dwarf with the helmet covering his face sort of reach out and kind of half pet and half stroke as the little gold fey dragon sort of swoops in and around your hands, sort of comes up and looks you right in the face. You can see the shadowy outline of its figure right in front of you, Ragnar, as it's sort of going back and forth, but you can't really make it out in detail. But then again, I should say a moment later, it's gone, and you don't feel it, and it's kind of flitting around, swirling around Nilo, and eventually coming to rest on Nilo's shoulder, just sort of looking at you. Its tongue sort of hanging out and flicking like a lizard might.
Yes, so now that you have been acquainted with one of our pets, what is your name, stranger?
My name is Ragnar Stormhelm.
Ragnar Stormhelm. Well, I am Paviskro Nos, and this is. I'm gesturing to Nilo to make her own introduction.
Nyla Hundar gives a soldier's bow, sort of salute, one of the two. Probably closer to a salute, being clansman.
The gnome sort of walks up and looks up to her. You go, Finkley Crinklefoot. Just watch where you're going, because obviously you don't see too good. So don't step on me. And if you're gonna swing things in combat, please make sure that I am nowhere near anything that's in your hands. Please. And he sort of goes back to his pony, and begins to mount up. As Desmond comes over and stands by, he goes, I am Desmond Ogvasser. And you see he's carrying
That
a
was very
bow
close.
of some kind, and he immediately returns to his horse as well and begins to mount up.
All right. Well, now that that's it, the way all you need to know is that we split any treasure we should come across evenly, and we are on our way to what is the name of the city again?
Raft.
I'm,
Wow.
I'm turning. I'm turning to. I'm
Oh.
turning to Nilo specifically in
Oh.
character to say this. What is the name of the city again?
Traft. We're going to Traft.
Yes, that one.
Yeah, maybe we'll see Hyacinth while we're there.
Yeah, potentially.
Okay. So you guys mount yourselves up. I don't believe Ragnar has a steed, or does he?
He would have one because I believe we have one extra since Mercy is
That
gone.
is correct.
You could take Mercy's horse.
Okay. Very good. So you guys go grab Mercy's horse, saddle, and gear, and Ragnar. They have apparently gifted you somebody's horse and saddle and other associated gear necessary to go riding.
Yes.
So
We would not be want to be slowed by our new companion. Just know that if you leave, the horse stays.
I sort of figured. To be honest, I'm used to being shared with things that aren't being used by anyone else anymore.
So Ragnar, do you have any other skills aside from knocking things in the head with a large weapon?
I mean, it's a very
Standing in
popular
one
skill.
place for a very long time. We've established this.
Well, it's one of those things where it's the main thing I've been doing for a majority of my time. I'm a bit rusty, but I do know how to smith. The sparks from the fires are some of the very few things that I can still see very clearly.
And so, to be clear, you do not see much from behind that helm, yeah?
No, not much, but it wouldn't be the helm itself that causes that.
Yes, this is what I'm getting at. Did something occur? Is this a recent development?
Believe it or not, I was blinded before I went to war.
And so you lived with this for quite some time, in some very treacherous situations.
About the last 30 years, I want to say.
Are there any considerations we need to make? How far can you more or less still see?
It's, I would have to say a rough estimate, maybe 10 or so feet. Don't worry. As long as someone's still screaming in pain, I can find them.
All right, well,
Alright,
hopefully our enemies will make enough noise for you.
hey, appreciate that, Troy. Thanks, man. So we're already on the road. People already starting to gift stuff for us, man. I like it. Like it. I appreciate all the love, man. We have some of the best fans ever. But I still think it's because Lord Kazuma's in the house. As soon as they see him show up, people start popping out of the woodwork, right? So everybody wants to get sight of the king.
Aw, they changed my hype emote. Okay.
What? Who did? I never changed nothing. I haven't done anything.
No, the hype emotes I use, it used to be like a scarab
Oh,
thing, and they changed
yeah.
it to someone being real happy face.
Yeah,
Looks like
that
from Valorant.
I don't know who changed it. I didn't change nothing. I haven't touched
Oh,
any
no, it
of
wasn't
them.
any of your emotes.
Oh, I get you. Okay. All right, cool. So let us then try to be on our way. So gathering up your gear, gathering up your horses, you guys begin to head out of Traft. Just so everybody can see where the party is right now. You guys begin in the town of Christchurch. You know that to the south of you is Niederschlaus and the Punt and the roads that lead into the mountains or the Klatspur Mountains. To the north of you is Traft. You know, I gotta say, and I'm just gonna say this really quick. I redid this layout. It used to be I had a separate window open for the dice chat and stuff, but now it's not. And now whatever I'm seeing on my screen is exactly what the stream sees. So it used to be like I could see um, on my screen and out in Astral, but out on the stream it would be offset somewhere because I had cropped it or whatever. Now everything's just perfect. I worked a lot on this, man. So now I know it's the
It
little
looks great.
things. I'm
I
just
think it
saying
looks
now
really good.
it's just the little things that I do now that when I know that whatever I'm looking at here on Astral, I know people out in the stream see the exact same thing. So um, as you guys head out into um, the cold snow of the morning, and you begin to work your way out of the hills down into the lowlands on the main road that leads to Traft. You pass by the same farmers' villages that you guys have passed these 2 or 3 times now as you've made your way back and forth between Traft and Dagavacht and Christchurch and Niederschlaus and up into the Klatspurs and back down out of the Klatspurs from Mount Hellspar. It seems like you guys are becoming fast friends with the way of this path, and it becomes easier as you work your way down. One thing you notice is that the where the wagon train was destroyed by the dragon. So what seems to be ages ago, but in fact is maybe a week or so, or not even maybe 2 weeks at most, has been cleaned, and there is literally no sign of any damage or anything that may have happened. So apparently the hetman of Traft have sent out their soldiers and their cleanup crews, so to speak, to make the road better and safer. But be that as it may, the travel back to Traft is relatively uneventful, and you guys arrive at the city gates just as the sun is beginning to crest over the horizon. You guys have perhaps, let's try here. You guys have perhaps 2 hours of daylight left when you arrive at the gates. The guards hail you and they recognize you as you come in. Oi, Christchurch heroes, need you to sign in the
Hello.
books here. Sign the books, be on your way. You know the rules. No sporting of the weapons in or out of the sheaths. No unauthorized magic within the city walls. You know the rules. Sign here, please. And
Hmm.
they hand you the papers or they hand you the ledger with which to make your marks as you enter into the city proper.
Yeah, no resistance here.
Hey,
Oh, yes, Ragnar. Are you able to sign the books or
Just push my hand to the right line. I can sign fine.
as the
not
guard sort of looks at you strangely and he guides your hand to the book with a little quill pen, dips it in some ink. Make your mark, dwarf.
I'm just going to sign it.
Okay. And as you sign it, he takes it. He goes, "Is this your first time in our fair city?"
No. I'm usually here with the caravans coming down from the mining companies.
Oi, oi, you know the rules then. Be on your way then. And they allow you in through the city gates as you guys find yourselves once again in familiar territory, walking down the main thoroughfares of the city of Traft. Immediately off to the right, you can see the soldiering grounds where the mercenary groups hold their practices and stuff and their formations and their hand to hand combat, etc. You can see the rows upon rows, streets upon streets, I should say, of barracks that house this training facility because Traft is a recruitment center, if you will, for the Pax Mercury, where the troops are sent for a lot of their training to be happening on at least this part of the Perrenland. But passing that by, you enter into the city proper. You can see that most of the shops and most of the establishments are still in the middle of their workday. As you see, the fish houses are packed with the day's fresh catches. They're sort of packing them over huge blocks of magically made and naturally made ice. You can see the spice houses. You can see all of the docks and whatnot that hold the various goods that are being loaded and unloaded from the docks along the western edge of the city that you guys now kind of traverse through along your way through the city streets, passing by various marketplaces, various individuals hawking their goods and their wares. Anything particular you guys want, or are you singularly focused heading your way back to the Academy of Magic in order to see Corbin?
We have one job to
Yes.
do.
Yup. Get rid of the MacGuffin before disaster strikes.
I'm sorry. Every time you guys call it a MacGuffin, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? But I'm like, okay, I know what you're talking about. I just don't remember how that term came out or where that came from. So
I don't know where did the term
I don't know. I
MacGuffin
just
come
remember
from?
Kaylee was saying that all the time, and everybody just kind of picked up the
Yep.
MacGuffin. So I'm like, okay, I have no idea. We're gonna, if Hyacinth is out there in the world, she needs to send us a. She needs to go to the nearest sending stone location and send us a message, or go to a wizard to send message to somebody so that we know where the hell the term MacGuffin came from. But
I
yeah,
can
that was
actually, yeah, I can actually tell you at least that it's used in like when discussing like films and critiquing them and
yeah.
like writing for them.
Okay.
And I know that at least for me, that's where it originated. Is like, like I had to do like film appreciation stuff in high school and stuff like
Okay.
that, and that was
Okay.
always
Yeah,
where it
they
came from
pop-
for me.
All right. Now
It's
we
a,
know.
yeah,
It
it's
was
a literary device.
popularized. It was
We,
popularized by Alfred Hitchcock
we
in
Oh.
are.
his 39 Steps movie.
I was going to say, because we are nothing if not teachers here in the world of Greyhawk and the Perrenland adventure. So, what did Enoch do that got him? Come on, seriously. Let us. Yeah, we're going to let him back. I don't know what happened. What'd he
Alfred
do?
Hitchcock. Alfred Hitchcock.
Oh.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, all right. We're going to add
I'm
that.
gonna, I'll
All
make an
right.
exception in permitted
Thank you, sir.
terms for
Thank you,
Alfred
sir.
Hitchcock specifically.
Thank you, sir. That is absolutely. Stop saying the word cock, Enoch. That's hilarious.
That's
That's funny.
beautiful.
Yeah, and
Oh,
Troy's
that's
out there.
beautiful.
Troy's laughing at Enoch because Troy got it the other night on the 1E stream. He did something and it like banned him. Like, what the hell happened? So,
Oh, it's
all right.
great.
That is kind
I
of funny.
love
That
I
is
love
hilarious.
fucking mod bots that catch that shit.
Yep. We are nothing if not strict in our language, children.
Mhm.
Language. So you guys work your way through town, passing by the Phoenix that you guys stayed in. I believe we call it. What's it called? The Phoenix Feather. See, I don't have my notes in front of me, but I'll have to go back and double check what it was. But anyway, passing by the inn that you guys stayed at, passing by the Temple District, and of course the Temple of Pelor, where you brought young Aaron Gilly just maybe a couple weeks ago to have the lycanthropy removed from her. Twisting in and out of the streets, eventually you find yourselves in the ziggurat-looking building that you know to be the Academy of Magic in the city of Traft. Working your way up to it, you are immediately met as the sun is just now going down, casting long shadows through the streets. A young fellow bearing robes of a student or perhaps a very young professor, steps to greet you. He goes, "Good evening. How might we be helping you?"
Oh yes, we are here to see the head wizard, please.
"Oh, of course you are. And do you have an appointment?"
Yes.
Yeah, as soon as we returned with what he requested.
See, so if
He's
you would.
expecting us.
And he kind of looks a little bit confused. And for the first time tonight, let us roll a dice. Somebody give me a persuasion check with advantage if you want to help each other in acting intimidating or staring down at this young boy.
Who has something that's not a +0?
I have a +1 with it to intimidation. Which
I'll
is-
help you.
Go
I'll
on,
which
help
but
is
you
you.
want-
which is exactly what I'm attempting here. So
You- want the blind dwarf to stare him down even though he has a 0?
So I just want to say, if I was a young wizard and there was a dwarf there with a helmet that covered his face and he was just standing there looking at me, it'd be kind of unnerving. I have to admit, it would be kind of unnerving.
hey, guess what I got?
As yes, I know. As he looks, he goes, "Oh, yes, I think maybe perhaps I heard mention. Excuse me, just one moment, please." And he turns and leaves, and perhaps 5 minutes later, the tall, balding individual with the white robe, sort of trimmed in silver, with little spots of gold here hanging about his neck, is a necklace of some kind. It has like a harp at the end of it. So not sure if it's magical in nature or anything like that, but it's very very ornate. He looks the exact same, other than the fact that last time you guys saw him, he wasn't wearing jewelry. But Corbin steps out and he sort of looks at you and you have the MacGuffin.
We have the MacGuffin.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
All
yes,
right.
we
He
do.
doesn't. Okay. He doesn't say MacGuffin, but you know.
He says
No.
McMuffin.
Yeah. No. Um,
You have the
So-
plot device.
yeah. Yeah. So Corvin. Yeah. You had the plot device. So Corvin Membranor is actually his name, but Corbin.
Yep.
Corvin. I mean, sorry, Corvin. As he sort of steps and he looks, have found it.
Yes, we have.
Were you followed?
Most likely.
Come, we go. And he turns and steps through the dark entryway into the Academy of Magic. And I'm assuming you guys follow, of course.
Yep.
Yeah, but my dragon does not go into the secret chamber when we go through.
Are you leaving it to keep watch outside?
I'm leaving it out in case it has another psychic blast. I don't want to summon another one.
Okay. Okay, sure.
Okay. Following into the academy, I'm assuming Ragnar, you're going with the group, or are you just going to stay outside as well?
I
As you-
mean,
What's that?
are they letting me in with them?
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah,
I mean,
you guys are with
yeah.
Corvin. Corvin Membranauer is the head of the Academy of Magic in the city of Traft. He was the one who tasks the party to go find the pieces of the puzzle that they now return. So apparently, you don't know what it is, but apparently, whatever it was that they went to get.
He's never heard of a MacGuffin. He thinks it's some
Yep.
elven thing.
Yep.
He
Yeah.
doesn't call it a MacGuffin. He just says, "Do you
Yeah, he
have?"
did.
They've been calling it a
They
MacGuffin.
did.
though.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have no idea what it is. It's
Gotcha.
just
All right.
It's you'll see it later, but it's a Yeti's tooth.
Yeah.
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 I'll
So-
follow them in if I don't get barred. I wasn't
Nah,
sure if
nah,
they'd
you-
not
you-
allow me in. Just like,
Yeah.
hey, who's that new guy?
Yeah, you
If-
come
if-
right on in
no.
with us.
If they did, we'd have to have a talk with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, leading your way in, you see that the young lad who first stopped you guys is sort of fidgeting slightly at the side of the door as you guys enter and pass by. And then you leave him behind. It takes several minutes of twisting and turning, going upstairs, down the hallways. Is you guys have been here a couple of times. You're semi familiar with, like, maybe we're on the third floor or the fourth floor or something like that, but how you would get here, you're not 100% sure, because it seems different every time that you guys walk through this maze of hallways, passing by various people who have their faces buried in books, like holding up the book in one hand and like trying to do hand motions with another. Paviskro, you just sort of chuckle because you remember the days when you were in learning the arts, maybe not in quite such a formal setting, but still trying to get the fingers right and the words right and the motions right
Mhm.
to evoke the magic just as you wanted it to. So it
Yeah.
sort of brings a chuckle to you as you see some of these young kids engage with that. But business is business, and you eventually arrive at the study of Corbin, and immediately he goes to pull a secret lever, opening up the slide panel wall that leads into this stone chamber that has arcane symbols all over it, floor, walls, ceiling. Ragnar, you can't really see the symbols. You just see that it's flat stonework, and even with your poor eyesight, you can move in and you put your hand on it, and it is elegantly smooth, as smooth as any stonework you've ever seen. And that's saying something for where you are from, right? Which is a large dwarf community, well versed in the art of stonework. This is, you'd have to say, borderline magically enhanced or carved stone because it's completely smooth and almost flawless in its pockmarks and whatnot upon it. Sitting in the center of a large table, you see that thing that has been the bane of your existence for the past month almost. The sturgeon blood totem lies in state where you left it, sitting with a couple of clamps at each end of this long table, holding it face up. If there is a face on it, all the faces are facing upwards. You can see the last time, or the last piece that you guys put in, the wyvern's claw, still is attached. Everything looks exactly as you had left it. Come, let me see it. As as Corvin holds out his hand, looking for the Yeti's tooth.
It was Paviskra that had it because I
Mhm.
handed it over to him before they tried to steal it from me.
Yep, and I'll pull it out of the where I've been keeping it since that night, just tucked in between my breastplate and my actual chest,
Yep.
where my gambeson is, and
Okay.
just pull that out.
Okay. So he looks at it and he goes, it's fantastic that you. Wait a minute. Is he? And where is she? As he sort of looks. If I recall correctly, you left here previously. You had a young woman with you who has now become a older dwarf.
It is more like some things were lost and some new things were found, but let us, we will have time to mourn later, when the job is done.
Oh, I am sorry for your loss. Okay. As he takes it, he
Things
sort of
happen.
looks. He takes and he sort of waves his hand over it slightly, and Praviskro, you recognize him as casting some kind of a detection on the. And Nihilo, you to some extent would know too, because you're learning the arcane arts as well, but you realize he's probably detecting some kind of magic. And he goes, recall what happened last time I stuck the totem into the totem, yes?
Oh, yes. She's gonna look down over to Rhinos. By the way, you might want to brace yourself. It's
Yeah.
a bit of a shock.
I'm going to snap my fingers and, well, my eagle's not out right now, so I don't have to make it disappear. So,
Okay. Okay.
yeah, I just look at my shoulder and like I'm about to dismiss my eagle and it's not there. I'm like, oh no, there's
Oh,
not the
yeah,
problem.
never mind. Wait, hold up. Is this the part where our teeth chatter together and our bones creak and then our
Yes,
heads explode, right?
yes. If you want,
Yes.
if you
Do we
want to
have
wait,
do this?
yeah. Do you want to wait outside in the other room?
Sure. That would be swell. And he figly picks up his pack, walks back into the office. Um,
Picks up his pack.
I'll be waiting in here. As Desmond sort of shuffles like a half a step back. Meanwhile, Corvin is sort of looking, and again, as you look at the totem, most of the stuff is painted on there. There's some additional pieces that are like, for lack of a better term, sort of a paper mache type of put onto it, so it makes it like a 3-dimensional. But in this case, there's a real spot for the tooth to be put into, and whispering some words like "Here goes nothing," and he slides it down into it. You hear the slight little, like almost like it clicks into place, and nothing happens. I think maybe.
Don't say any.
Just like this wave this wave of psychic energy blasts off the around and out into the room. I need everybody to give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Constitution saving
DC
throw.
15.
I'm gonna use my inspiration on that shit.
Okay.
There we go.
All right.
Might. You know what? You know what? I like that. I respect that. I'm gonna do the same thing.
All right. Ragnar doesn't have inspiration, so I'm going to roll for Figley.
In the other, he's hitting the other room.
Left.
Yeah, but it went out into the room. This is
Oh
this
God.
God!
yeah, this is
It's a big
yeah.
boom.
Yep. Let's see. Constitution saving throw. Yeah, he gets a +0.
Checks out
Jesus, we all
Figley gets
rolled
a
horrible.
17. Figley gets a
And,
17.
because he's in
And
the other room.
now-
He's fine.
Yep. And Desmond.
Can't wait to have tiny hut.
16. So that means that the only two that failed were Perviskro and Ragnar.
Nice.
Ow.
Insta kills me
Figley.
from
Yeah,
full health.
no.
Much of
No.
that.
Nope. Six hit points of psychic damage to Paviskro and to Ragnar as this wave of energy just blasts over you guys. 3 hit
What about
points
the
of
wizard?
psychic damage to everybody else. You see the wizard sort of standing there and sort of shaking his head. He goes, "Oh, I almost forgot how powerful that could be. Is everybody okay? You are all okay?
Yep.
This
I'm
is
fine.
good.
Looks
This
over
is
the others
good.
too.
Yep. So, like I said, Figley and Desmond both suffered. Figley, Desmond, and Nilo all suffered 3 hit points of psychic. 6 hit points of psychic for. 6 hit points of psychic for you guys that failed. That leaves them at 22. And by the way, just for. Figley never updated his level, so he's still 3rd level.
Neat.
This
I'm
is
gonna
how
leave him.
this is how you get revenge on absentees.
Yep. Well, I don't want to do it on purpose, but I've asked him for
This
2
is
weeks to
normal.
update his character sheet. Yeah, Austin's kind of procrastinator. So,
Just like
A busy life.
our friend there, Spartan.
yep. All right.
Ragnar's just bleeding out his orifices because it was psychic damage.
Exactly.
He's got a little more red in his beard now.
I have the worst migraine.
So, when all is said and done, you heard that sort of slide in and that click, and the psychic wave hits. And as you all recover and you sort of stand up to look and see what's going on, you can see that there is a little right on the side at the bottom of the totem where the Yeti's face is. This little sort of latch appeared, and flipping the latch, a secret compartment in the bottom of the totem opens up, and out falls a couple of scrolls. The first scroll looks something like. Great. I don't have it up here? Oh, yes, I do. Looks like. I'm going to put the party there just because so you guys can see. You can see it's an overland map. It's very similar. You can see even at the bottom of this map is where Mount Hellspar is. Right?
Mhm.
And you can see these other yellow markings on the map that indicate various towns that are in the Klatspur ranges to the east of where. So you can see down here is the Punt, where I've got it on the upper left of the map. There's the Punt. You guys remember that? That's right at Niederschloss. You can see Tinkerholm, which is a very, very large gnome mining community. A well-established mining community. There's a lot of trade with Draft there.
That's not where Figley's from, right?
Figley is not from there, no. Figley is from like the northeastern area, but he's not from Tinkerholm. But anyway, you can see this region, right? And then I think let me see if I think I put the handout up. If I didn't, I apologize, but it'll take me a second to get it. Let's see. Everything.
Yeti's
Handouts.
tooth number 1.
No, that was from the last time. So this one is actually, I just called it hand. It's hilarious. There we go. Here, what players? So there's a new handout in there, and basically, um, this is a reminder of what this whole thing was about, right? It talks about the story of the totem, et cetera, et cetera. I just wanted to provide you guys with this so you could remember, but I'm going to go ahead and read it so that everybody that can't see it on the channel, right? But it basically, and it's a little bit lengthy, so I apologize. The sturgeon blood totem was rediscovered a couple years ago after being disassembled and missing for nearly 2 millennia. It was found by a group of adventurers in the possession of an archaeologist who had been killed for no reason other than greed on the road to Traft City in Perrenland. The totem itself is almost 7 feet long and a foot and almost 2 feet wide. Usually takes a couple people to carry it. It came originally in a wooden box that had a scroll, and on that scroll it says, "In ages past and dreams of old, in ranges vast and caverns cold, the Urflan mages made their plans to scour the earth and rule the clans. One totem did they make to bring, a charm to force all living things to bow before their dark foul god. In Dagavak, where demons trod, once one part the shrunken Dusa kept, one part the basilisk once wept, one wyvern's claw from Dagavak, one yeti's tooth from Alderbrock. Then to the hallows did they go, where all was lost, as wise men know." And so the rest of this sort of talks a little bit about the story of the totem. You guys are free to read it. But basically, the Urflan, a man by the name of Orlac Sturgeonblood. Orlac Sturgeonblood was an elf with the darkest of skin and the whitest of hair. Fashioned this totem so the Urflan mages could rule over and subjugate the people, basically making them their thralls. And so during the clan wars, it was found and sundered apart, but it was never destroyed. And apparently, the only way to destroy it is to take it where it was made, and it's kind of like the One Ring sort of a scenario where it gets destroyed there. So anyway, this is sort of basically what it talks about. The story of the totem, again, I guess I should read this. Again, you guys can read it yourself, but for those that are out there that want to hear the story, 2,000 years ago, the great sorcerers of the clans of the land, what they called Perrenland, what used to be called the land, because it was the great King Perrin who banded all the clans together under one house, if you will. And then they recalled the land Perrenland, but before it was just called the land. Captured and dismantled powerful sturgeon blood totem pole. The totem for decades had been used by the last ancestors of the Urflan to keep rule over the land and prevent the clans from becoming owners in their own right. How they did this was mostly lost to antiquity. All we know is the final battle for the rights of the clans took place high in the Clatspurs at a secret location known as the Hurle Mordain, or the Hollows of Mordain. The last of the Urflan were entombed forever, and the sturgeon blood totem was dismantled, its parts thrown to different places around Perrenland so it would never be reassembled. It's said that should the totem ever be reassembled, it might lead those who wield it to once again control the clans and destroy the identity so highly valued by those who live in modern Perrenland. Of course, should the totem ever be reassembled, those brave enough must travel to the Hollows of Mordain to finish the task, which should have been completed 2,000 years ago. to absolutely, once and for all, destroy the totem in the Spire of Thrax, which lies deep in the heart of the Hollows. It was here that the totem was forged by a drow known as Orlac Sturgeon Blood, and it is only here that its unforgiving can ultimately be achieved, or its unforging, I'm sorry, can ultimately be achieved. When the Battle of the Clans took place 2,000 years ago, the Spire of Thrax was too heavily guarded, and the best outcome was to disassemble the totem and scatter it to the winds. Today, however, it said the Hollows are in ruins, and once great Drow city living that was there has dwindled in influence and in power. Only today might adventurers have a chance of destroying the totem at last, thus preventing those who would seek power over the clans from seizing its grasp. So apologize for I don't like reading a lot of long things, but just for story's sake, I want to make sure that everybody's on board. So any questions about sort of the history or the story or where you guys are trying to seek and trying to find? This map is definitely a clue that the Hollows of Mordain are somewhere up in the craggy hills. And the only thing on this map that is really that really marks with the name is Tinkerholm. The other indicators where cities are and towns are, there's little markings on the map, but there's no like names or there's no like indication of what cities or towns they are. However, Tinkerholm actually has its name written there, so obviously that's some place of import in this whole story. So, my friends, I fear that you must once again traverse the mountains to the east, perhaps. Go to Tinkerholm, discover what you might be there. Perhaps Tinkerholm has been in the hills. They have been miners, and these gnomes have lived in those hills for centuries. Perhaps they have information or books or someone with knowledge of perhaps where the Howlers of Mordain might be located. But I believe this is where our next task must take us, yes?
Looks like it's within the luck. Figley there would be able to help us handle the gnomes
Oh yeah,
peacefully.
I've heard of people from Tinkerholm. They're more they're more uppity because they're like old school, old house stuff. They're not like the new blood already. They're like old money. So I don't know what I could do, but I speak the lingo. I speak the lingo.
Great, I'm sure it'll fit in perfectly. But if nothing else, we have to use the place as a base of operation. So I suppose we should start on our way. Do we have anything we need to do in the city before we leave?
Don't look like it.
All right.
So other than it is nighttime.
Yeah. Oh, it is nighttime. Okay.
Hey,
Yeah, just-
Agamaran, thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
Oh, let's
I'm
just
going.
get going middle of the night.
I'm going to. I'm going to look to the head wizard and say, "Do you think it, since this thing is now complete, perhaps it would be safer for us to stay here rather than in a tavern?"
Roll a persuasion check for me.
Sure. Really historically amazing with those.
I know you are.
With my great -1.
We should.
Hold on, let me see if Twitch gave us an award. If hey, we got a nat 20 in the chat.
You did not.
Oh, look at
Yeah.
that!
We got
It's
a
been
nat
there.
1. Okay, we got it.
It's been there.
Oh, it's been there?
Yeah, it's been there 2 minutes ago.
What? Get out of here.
What the? I
Thank you,
didn't get any report-
Agamarant.
Oh, yep. We got 2 minutes ago. You got a nat 20,
Oh, there it is.
and a minute ago you got Monkey Boogers give you guys a nat 1. So I'm going to give you both of them. Therefore, if you want to take a nat 20, you can take a nat 20.
I'm gonna take the nat 1. No.
You want a nat 1? That's
Yeah, I
totally
want the nat
okay.
1. No. I think it's a good idea to take the 20, but we could also save it for something else. What do you guys want? Ask the party. It's for the party. You want me to take a 20 on this persuasion, see if we can get bored here for the night and be a little safer, or do we want to risk it at a tavern and
Well, I mean, you can stay at the tavern and
Yeah.
another one.
Are we talking about keeping the totem safe? Or are we talking about keeping us safe?
Both. Yes.
Well, the totem was already going to stay here, and we pick it up in the morning. I was pretty certain of that one.
It would be safe for us to stay the night here too.
Monkey just
Does
gave
it?
you guys another nat 20.
I say we take it then. I
All
say
right,
we
then.
just absolutely use it.
All right, let's use it then.
So you
All
can
right,
use
so
one. You can use
I roll-
one. You can't use the
I-
second one, but you can use the one.
I can't use the second one on the same check. Okay.
No, well, I'm just saying this
That's fine with me.
if there was something else. Yep. So
Yeah,
yep.
but
All right. Nice.
I think it'd
Thanks, Monkey. Appreciate that.
thank you, Monkey.
Man, I'm gonna have to start. See, I look down at my coins and I have the infinity symbol, so I could start tossing out nat 20s for the DM all night long.
I guess you could.
Oh, you're not allowed to give yourself
Would
anything,
be-
aren't you?
Oh yeah, you play in this game.
You can't give yourself anything.
You're part of this game. You can't redeem coins. What are you talking about? Anyway.
You know what? You know what? Since we're on the topic, there you go.
Nice.
There
look,
you go.
there's-
Monday
I got-
night game. You get a natural one, guys. Monday night game gets a natural
Oh
one.
wow. All right. All right. All right.
All right. All right. Let's get back to this. So,
Yeah.
you guys, he agrees. Was I think you are most assuredly should be safe here, and if you so desire, for a small price, I will be more than happy to send you there immediately, so you do not have to traverse through the high altitude and snow. I can send you directly to your location
And
if you wish.
what is the price?
100 gold pieces per person.
Expensive spell. I need to look at my sheet real quick.
I can afford myself.
This is very expensive. Does this require a ghostly component?
Costly component? They teleport you?
Forget I asked. What if perhaps when we are done with this, we were willing to do you a favor instead? Coin is short, and we may have need of it when we arrive in Tinkerholm.
Well, since you rolled a natural 20 and he's feeling very good. Okay, this can be arranged. There are many tasks, however, that we are always seeking those with sellsword abilities
And
to accompany.
I have a need for work, so it works out well for both of us, I think. But I'm going to glance at the others. But of course, if you have any objections,
No objections here. I'd rather keep what coin we have for supplies later as it comes up. However, I would like to head somewhere and get room and board for our horses, unless you are capable of sending our horses with us. I highly doubt that,
No,
though.
no. Unfortunately, that is the downside of this. Is you will have to make your own way back. I can send you there, but I do not send you back.
Well, we have
why
a map.
why don't you go ahead and go with? I'll tell you what. Would you be interested in purchasing a group of horses?
Purchasing horses, I have
I
no
did
need.
not.
I have no
I
need.
didn't.
However, I am well acquainted with several influential individuals in this town that we can look after your steeds for you until such a time as you return.
I suppose this is well enough.
Alrighty. We left them outside with whatever stable hands were out at the front of the college.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I suffice it to say, we give him a description of the horses so we can know which ones are ours.
Yeah.
And
no problem.
yeah,
No problem. We can get taken care of. Okay. So, anything that you guys want to do for the night prior to turning in? If not, we can just proceed to the next day. Everybody, make sure you give yourself a
Yes.
long rest if you have not already.
Woo!
Does-
Full spell slots.
does this college sell spell scrolls?
Do they sell spell scrolls? I
Or
would
could
say
somebody be convinced to part with one in exchange for currency?
yes. I am sure that we could make arrangements.
All right. Are you using the DMG/Xanathar's prices, or are you using your own?
Now, they are going to be an additional 10% cost.
10% plus whatever it normally costs?
Yeah, the cost plus 10%. So if it's normally 100, then
Sure.
it'd be 110.
Yeah, most of the stuff I want to buy is pretty cheap, so I'm just gonna. Do you mind if I just put it in chat and then deal with it later?
Depends on, well, it depends on what spells you're looking for,
Sure. All first level stuff.
right?
Yeah.
Such as,
I'm gonna be honest. I was using this as a cue to just like I want to buy some cell scrolls, but I don't know what they are, and I didn't want to delay the game for people.
okay,
So I was just gonna type it up.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
fine.
while I look at the options.
So basically, I would say that if you want a particular spell,
Mhm.
I don't know, you need a 15 in? Holy
What?
crap!
What?
What? Troy, are you serious, dude? Thank you, man.
Oh wow,
Damn.
that's amazing.
That is, I'm like, what? Hello, where'd that come from? That came from Troy. Dude,
Troy.
man. Merry Christmas to me. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. That is beyond generous. That is beyond generous. I don't even know what to say to that. Okay. For that, I'm gonna give everybody in the party inspiration again. Everybody in the party has
Okay.
inspiration. You can thank Troy for that.
Whoa.
Yeah. 250.
Yeah. Yeah, we are. We're
Yeah.
playing.
He says
Yep,
Merry
we're good.
Christmas.
Yep.
Get your
Okay.
Elgato Stream Deck XL.
That's it, man. I plan to.
Yeah,
I
we'll
plan
keep
to.
playing. Don't worry, Cannibal. We'll
Yeah,
keep
we
playing.
are. All right, let's add it.
All
So
right.
everybody has inspiration. Everybody has inspiration. So
All right.
that
All right.
means,
I can survive in our psychic blast.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, you guys make arrangements to stay for the night. I need.
No, thank you.
What's that? I'm sorry. I'm not
No,
watching chat.
I don't want to see that either, Monkey. No.
I'm not watching. I'm not watching the chat. We need to stay on focus on the game because otherwise I'm going to get lost up in emotion here. So,
All right.
so yeah, seriously. So, we you guys make arrangements for tonight. As I said, everybody gets inspiration. Make sure that if you have not already, you give yourself a long rest. As far as the spell scrolls go, with again with the 10%, here's what I'm going to say, Arthur. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Papiscro.
Yeah.
You can get a maximum of 5 scrolls.
Awesome.
But you have to roll a percentage to see if they have it handy available for you before you leave, right? And it's a 75% chance. Actually, I'm going to say 80% chance for a first level and a 30% chance for second level. Nothing above second level. So if
Sure,
you want to
that's-
try for second level, that's fine, but no more than 5 scrolls altogether. And then
All right.
we'll have to work out the costs and stuff. So you just need to tell me, and then for each one that you want to get, you're going to have to do a percentage roll.
Yeah, I was hoping to get a scroll of the shield spell and a scroll
Okay.
of magic missile.
Okay. Yep. Absolutely fine. So if that's the case, then you just need to roll percentage dice, 80% or lower. It means you get it. Okay. 32 and 53. Yep. So you get the 2 spell scrolls. You just have to, whatever the
Awesome.
cost is, plus 10%. So just make sure
I
you
will.
deduct that.
Yeah, I will note that down, and I will deduct it
Yeah.
while we are playing.
Oh yeah, Troy, that's all mine. That's all mine, dude. No, sir. I'm gonna shh. But I really appreciate it, dude. That is absolutely the bomb. And I forgot to mention everybody. By the way, I set up a tip jar, but apparently Troy found it. So good, we're good. So all right. So, anything else that you guys need to do, Ragnar? Anything that you need to do before you want to hit the hay? It's pretty much.
I don't have that much gold to go around spending it like they do, but
Right.
Is there
Yeah.
anything that you need? Because if you're coming with us, we need to make sure you're prepared too.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm as prepared as any level.
One thing I will say, Ragnar, that you don't have that these guys all did have, they have cold weather gear. because it does get into the below zero temperatures, and we do take into account like exhaustion and stuff like that. A little bit of house ruling going on with the cold weather and stuff like that. So just so you're aware, they all bought
Is the-
the undergarments for their armor and stuff like that.
Yeah, you know what?
Oh,
Milo's going to yeah, she's gonna Ragnar, do you have anything warmer? We're gonna be heading into the mountains. I know dwarves are hardy, but not quite that hardy.
not as much as you'd expect. Would
That's
you
good.
have any furs to spare?
Well, I don't, and if even if I did, I'm a bit taller than you. Well, let's go get you some. I'm pretty sure there's someone here in Straff that sells warm clothes. As in fact, the Christchurch Minor Guild has a office here, so they might even know where to get them.
Okay.
I'm gonna take him off to go talk to the miners to go figure out where to get warm clothes for dwarves.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, most of the clothing places, especially here in Traff, because there is not a super heavy, but heavy enough dwarven community, right? Most of the dwarf communities themselves are more toward the mountains and the hills and stuff like that. But of course, there is a heavy dwarf contingency here just because they have the smelters and the mining community sort of has their own warehouses, et cetera, and stuff where they work and whatnot. So there's definitely a contingent of dwarves here that to the point where shopkeepers and stuff do entertain clothing and all the special needs items that short folk may need and stuff. So yeah, so absolutely, that's definitely possible for you guys to do. So I'm gonna say it was
Would
like 10.
I?
Sorry, go ahead.
I also be able to switch out, trade in my chainmail for a scale mail shirt.
Yeah. So chainmail, how much? What's the normal cost in the book for chainmail?
75
Chainmail is
gold.
75, and scale mail is 50.
All right, so they will give you they'll give you 60 gold for your armor instead of the 75, right? And
Okay.
they charge you the stock price 50 gold for your scale, which
And
leave
cold
which
weather clothing is 10 gold.
is 10
So
gold.
that works out.
So that
Yeah.
so that works out evenly, where you're able to sort of swap all that out. So yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, anything else that we need to do?
I
If
think that's
not,
it.
okay. So, in the morning, by the way, again, if you have not given it to yourself, give yourself inspiration.
Yep.
I need to Desmond.
Note to self: DM accepts bribes of money in exchange for inspiration.
Yes. No, that
I'll buy.
only
I'll pay you
from the
250.
viewers. Only from the yeah, you need inspiration. Yeah, just drop a couple $100 in the tip jar and you can get inspiration. I am down with that. Matter of fact, I'll give everybody double inspiration if they kept doing. No, just kidding.
Ooh.
So I want to make sure that if you didn't know, you can. I think you can do it on your sheet somewhere. Yep. If you click
Yeah.
on
It's
your
on D&D
sheet.
Beyond.
Yep. Well, not only that, but I'm just saying if you wanted to just keep track here. So, and I just wanted to. I know, Connor, you're sort of new with us, but I don't know how much you've watched, but I don't care if you keep your sheet up to date here on Astral. The only thing that I recommend is that you keep all your weapons and any attacks and stuff you have because the mechanics is easier. Even though if you go to D&D Beyond to your character sheet and roll dice off that, it'll actually post here in Astral, but sometimes
If
the
you have an
connection
extension.
breaks. Yeah, sometimes the connection breaks and it doesn't always show up. So I always recommend, but for all your items and all that stuff, keep that updated in D&D Beyond because that's where I typically go back to when I'm looking at people's character sheets. That so, and
Okay.
I just want to do Figley's inspiration here too. So, all right, cool. So in the morning, as you guys wake up, it is the 10th day of readying Common Year 586. And for those that know, we're about 18 months post. So today is what we call Moon Day. As you wake up in the morning, you are so glad that Corvin has elected to send you guys via teleportation to Tinkerhome, or at least as close to Tinkerhome as he can get. Because as you sort of wake up and have your breakfast and get something to eat, even though it is in a winter month, there is a sleeting rain coming down from above, and it is fairly heavy, and it's like tiny little particles of ice pelting you as you walk across the street to the restaurants and come back to the Academy of Magic here in the city of Traft. But you guys do have your breakfast. You do have yourself cleaned up. Temperature outside is cold enough that you can see the frost on your breath upon occasion. It's like right at that temperature where it's water and snow, and so you got the frost coming out as you're breathing and stuff, and you're just like, boy, riding horses in this would have been miserable as hell. But you are greeted early on after breakfast by Corvin, taken to the teleportation chamber, which you recall you were here once before as you got sent off to Dagavak. At least this time, as you guys get ready to be sent off, you realize that your horses aren't coming with you, because as you recall, last time you guys stepped through the portal as Hyacinth was trying to ask questions, and you guys got sucked up to Dagavak and realized that you had to walk back. And so, are you ready to go, my friends? Do you have all of your gear? I will be able to.
Looks like it.
I will be able to put you a half a mile before the gates of Tinkerholm. It is cold at this time of year. It is snowy and the passes are icy, but you will be able to see the gates of Tinkerholm where you land. We have a circle out there. The gnomes refuse to allow us magicking into the city proper. Therefore, we picked a relatively safe location where if it is foul weather, you at least have protection with which to stay, which today looks like a day that you may need so, should the weather be that up there as well. You will be high in the mountains, so the temperature will be colder. I recommend that you keep yourselves very close together and keep yourselves warm and have any heating ability. I would recommend you have that handy when you arrive. Do you have any questions? In Tinkerholm, they have the ancient one who is the teller of the tales and the keeper of the stories. But don't let them fool you. They also have a library. I suggest that perhaps you can go there to see if you can find any tales of the stories of the Hollows of Mordain and where it might be found.
This is a good recommendation. I do have a question.
Yes.
This location you are sending us to, is this a known place?
Tinkerholm?
No,
Oh,
not
oh.
Tinker. No,
Oh,
the
no,
place
the
you are
circle.
transporting us.
Yeah, the circle.
Yes.
We have built it up. There is structures around, so they are protected with walls in the ceiling, etc. I do not know the state of the upkeep, for we don't send people there to maintain these. We build them, so perhaps maybe the roof has collapsed, or perhaps maybe the roof is no longer there. But at one time that they were there. But it is the best that I can offer you.
Well, I'm going to. Pavistro's gonna just like take his weapon out and just say, "We were. Someone attempted to rob us last night. It is very possible they might know where you are sending us. We should be ready." You know,
Oh.
I'll say to the others,
Yes.
and I'll just snap my fingers and have my eagle appear on my shoulder.
Okay.
Her little pseudo dragon wraps around her neck.
So who is taking the totem?
That'll be me.
Well, it takes two people, so Desmond agrees to help because it is about 7 feet long. As strong as you are, it's 7 feet long and a foot and a half, 2 feet around.
How much does it weigh?
A few 100 pounds.
Damn.
It's not like 1,000
Few
pounds.
hundred.
I was gonna
Yeah.
cast a spell. It's just
I can carry it over one shoulder. I'm good.
Is there
Whatever.
like a section of it or a part of it that is like a discrete object that weighs no more than 10 pounds? like maybe one of the teeth or something.
What's your point?
I have a spell that affects an object that weighs no more than 10 pounds, and I was wondering if I could cast it on, say, like the Yeti's tooth or part of the totem.
Using Mage Hand.
No,
No,
actually.
he is yeah. So I would say no because it's all one thing.
It's no longer discrete objects, it's one object now
Right.
that they've been combined.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct. Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
So you couldn't cast this on the wheel of a cart, but you could cast it on the whole cart kind of situation.
Yeah,
Got you.
I would say yeah. I would say
Understood.
yeah. That
All
makes
right.
sense.
Can I make a suggestion then? Actually,
Sure.
if I were to take a rope and cast this on the rope, I
Okay.
have a spell. It's called Immovable Object,
Yes.
and I want to put it on something and attach it to the totem, so that only we can move the totem. Basically,
Oh, I see
so
what
if
you're
someone,
saying.
yeah, just in preparation for potential, hostilities.
Yes, I will say that you could do that and then sort of tie it around the totem in a certain way
Sure.
or whatever the case may be. And
I'll do it with a
yeah,
rope.
yes,
Just coil it around the totem. Yeah.
I'll say that's a good way around the actual
Yeah.
use of the spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
The
I'll
rope's
say that.
immovable, not the totem.
Yes, but if it's tied to, but
Exactly.
so yeah,
All right.
You can grab that totem, you can haul as much as you want, but that rope ain't going nowhere.
Yep.
exactly.
That is the plan.
Can they
And
still untie the rope?
I
would-
will. No, they can't move the rope.
They
Yeah.
can't move the rope.
They can't do anything. They can't do anything with the rope, so the rope stays there and it's tied around the totem. So
Oh, that's
Yeah,
messed
and
up.
the object can hold up to 4,000 pounds of weight. So
Yeah.
therefore, it will.
Yeah.
You know, it.
sounds like a plan.
So I'm going to suggest that
plan.
we take. Yeah, I'm going to take this rope out. I'm going to suggest that we wrap the totem in this rope. It'll also give us something to pull it if we have to drag it through the snow. And I will designate the creatures that can move it are myself, Nilo, Desmond, and Figley. Unfortunately, I'm going to leave Ragnar out of that, though he won't be aware of this at the time.
Yeah.
Just because he's brand new and showed up right after we got robbed.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
Yep.
And I just want to say that had you not already had inspiration, I would have had to grant you inspiration for that.
Yeah, well, I guess we will see what
Nicely
happens.
done. So, as you guys are doing this, Corvin begins to incantation of his spell, and as you guys watch, this little flickering, like almost lightning and bright flashes of light appear along the base of the circle that you guys hit. Or the room you're in has this magical circle on it, but as he's whispering the words of the spell and going through the motions, he beckons you all to move quickly into the center as you guys realize this what has happened before. As you watch again, the lights begin to sort of flicker along all of the arcane symbols that are on the floor, and pretty soon this little wall of light begins. It's almost like a builder is going around in a circle, building up and building up as this wall of light begins to sort of gain around you guys. You're sort of standing there, and as you're trying to hear, you almost can't, because it's like this howling wind. It's like, imagine yourself in the center of a tornado as this thing is spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. Suddenly there's this flash of light, and this burst of wind just hits you guys as you're standing in this rickety, fallen down shack of a room that's probably maybe 20 by 20. The roof itself is partially collapsed. There's a snowdrift over in the corner. The windows have been burst out, and the wind is just blasting across you guys, immediately catching you sort of off guard and unaware of your surroundings. Eventually, everything calms down. The circle, the light fades away. The smell of ozone in the air is still kind of strong on your nostrils. But it doesn't last long, because that wind is for real, and it just blows right across your guy's face like a slap to you. You can see that you are on a mountain pass. Off to one side, there's overhangs of rock above that sort of prevent too much heavy direct snow from coming right down. You can see that it's sort of an offshoot. I don't want to say box canyon, but like an indent, if you will, in the trail itself, that they built this sort of shack. Has to be decades old now, with nobody ever there. But all the snow that was on the circle is like instantly vaporized into steam as it poof, but you can still see the snow drifts around the rest of the room. Looks like this room probably had, I don't know, 8-10 inches of snow in it at one time until you guys arrived and burned it all away. The door itself is sort of flapping in the breeze that's blowing. It's like you hear this creaking of the hinges as the door slaps and slaps and slaps against its door frame. It doesn't look like it fits quite right anymore. Hinges being shook loose. But outside through the windows, you can see the trail leads down, and you can see these high walls, probably 30 feet of worked stone with various peaks at points where they're probable towers, but it's kind of difficult to see because they're built on the back side of the wall. So you're not really sure if they're towers or just extended points of where people could walk up. But I guess you could call it a tower, but you can't tell if it's a full-blown tower because it's nothing visible on the outside. It's like almost a smooth wall running all around this city. Various wisps of smoke rise heavily at different points from here. And it's obvious that you guys are looking down into the gnome community of Tinkerholm.
Alrighty. We're here. And doesn't look like there's anyone else here immediately. What's the weather outside like?
So the weather outside is snowy, but it's not drizzly. As again, you guys are in this mountain pass, and you see the wind blowing, and it's causing drifts and stuff. It's a light snow coming down, mostly cloudy. The clouds themselves appear to be moving fairly quickly over the pass and the mountains, and they're dropping whatever precipitation that they've got contained within them. But the big thing is a biting cold. Even with your armor and the undersuit of protection that you guys have, you can still feel the chill of the wind. Were you not better protected, you would be very quickly succumbing to this cold weather.
All right, she's gonna go ahead and summon her pseudo dragon, a little flick and a little burst of fire, and she's gonna tell him to go out there and look around.
Okay.
While she herself looks around on the ground with her dark vision.
All right. So give me investigation for both of you, just to kind of look around.
Okay.
Nice. Very nice. Looking around, you can see that going the other direction down the pass, you can see a small troop of wagons, maybe 8 to 10 wagons, going the other way. So they're going down out of the mountains, heading. So if you're looking on the map, I'm going to move you guys to about where you guys are. Not that it really matters on this map. Excuse me for a second there. For one thing, I don't see. Didn't add on to your. I was looking for your. Oh, there she is. Okay. Yep. Gotcha. Anyway, I'm just moving you guys. So you guys are on this sort of this trail, and where Tinkerholm is here, the wagon train is like down this direction over here, off to your left, as you're looking as they're going down the mountain, right? So that trail goes down the mountain, back down to the Punt, to Niederschloss and into the Southlands, or if they want to kind of go up through the other way to go back up to Traft, right? So, and you guys know from what you were told that Tinkerholm does do trade and whatnot with the people of Traft and the communities in the Traft canton itself. Canton being the state, so the region, if you will. Cool.
All right. I think
What? to do what to do.
I think we just head tinkered home.
Yeah, that made best.
Yeah,
Um,
really.
I point out the cart. Like, there's some folks going that way, but other than that, I think we should just start going.
Getting out of the cold would be nice.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they probably got some good beer up here too, so we could probably get something pretty good to drink. Probably not as good as the stuff you used to, Ragnar. Is that your name, Ragnar? Probably not as good as the stuff as the dwarves make, but it's probably better because the gnomes make it. So let us go.
Probably.
So let us go.
And Figley seemingly takes the lead as you guys head to Tinkerholm. The pass itself is fairly well kept, but again, as we've described, the wind itself is what really is a pain in the butt.
Agnar's got icicles on his beard.
This is the only thing that I hate about Astro. Really don't like it. Matter of fact, I don't like it with a passion. Is when I move a party somewhere, it just spreads them out everywhere. It doesn't put them in a little group. All right, so there we are. You guys walk and head down the trail. Eventually, the walls rising up along, narrowing as you guys get closer and closer to the gates of Tinkerholm. And eventually, you find yourself at the gate, and you can see that this literally is almost a full gnomish community, because even though the walls are probably 20, 30 feet tall, all of the guards and all of the individuals that you see here at the gates are all gnome. I wouldn't say very few, I'd say none other than gnome. It's a complete gnome community. That being said, they're not just gnomes here. It's just the soldiers and whatnot you see are all gnomes. And as you arrive at the gate, they hail you as they stop, and I don't want to say comical, but you can see that their armor is made for them and stuff, but it still looks almost kind of like children wearing. As they the one steps up and he comes walking towards you, taking short little steps. It takes him probably twice as long as you had hoped. And he stops and says, "Why are you in Tinkerholm, my friends? Are you traveling someplace in particular?"
We are explorers, and we are traveling here in hopes to stay for some time between expeditions.
Well, this is a boon to the city then. Welcome to Tinkerholm. Is there any place that I may direct you, or is there anything in particular that you may be seeking?
I actually do intend to visit your library at some point to do some research of the area.
Ooh, it is the finest library the Gnomes community can have to offer. I bid you a great day. That will be a 1 gold piece tax per person, payable upon entry. If you do exploration in our region, then we do expect a duty to be assessed should you bring those goods into the city walls.
This is good to know. Do not know that we will uncover any treasure, but if we do, we will go through whatever channels are necessary. Can I make an insight check on something real quick?
"Sure."
I just want to know if the tax seems legit, or if this is like I'm being shaken down by a guard right now.
Okay, sure.
So
Got that vibe too.
yeah, it's not the first time it's happened to me, so I just want to put that out there.
You know, you have found that it is common in cities. Not so much paying to get in cities, right? That's probably a little unusual. But taxing of goods is very very common for explorers and adventuring types. As they bring their treasures into the town, they pay taxes on whatever it was that they're coming back with and stuff. So, and it's against the law to sort of not tell them about it. Like if you were trying to sneak stuff in, obviously it's like smuggling. They consider it
Mhm.
smuggling.
Yeah.
Now it's you know how gnomes are just from how Figley is. They're very coin conscious, and so you have no doubt that you're probably not being shaken down. He
Yep.
seems on the up and up, legit. Like there is an adventurer's tax coming into their town. So if you want to come into our town, you're going to have to pay. Otherwise, you can go somewhere else.
Yeah, it checks out to me. Yeah,
Adventures bring trouble.
we also bring lots of money, but most
Yes.
of it comes through taxes. So, um, I'm just gonna hit -1 there, and I have paid the fee.
It's
Okay.
-1 per person or -1 per group.
-1 per person. So if everybody would please,
Man, it's
and
good.
can
So nice that I
somebody
don't have like 4 hirelings or something.
right? Can you guys keep track of the payments and stuff so I don't have to do it on the fly? I'll do it at the end for Figley and Desmond.
Sure.
Just make a
Yeah.
note of it in the game chat somewhere.
1 GP per person for entry to Tinker Hall. Tinker
Like it.
Home. That's correct, right? Tinker Home.
Tinker Home. Tinkerholm.
Just wanted to make sure that I didn't mix that up with another thing with a very similar name from another game I'm in. So
Gotcha.
just making sure I got that right.
Gotcha. All right. Cool. So yeah, so you guys find once everybody pays their entry fee and you sign the ledger, you are immediately allowed entry into the gnomish community of Tinkerholm. As you walk in, you can see that unfortunately most of the buildings are built for gnome-sized people, but there are several places to stay that do accommodate larger folk. Traders Hall, the Mead Hall, obviously. The Mead Hall is basically a big ass beer garden. It's not a inn of any kind. It's just for drink and bar food type stuff. As you're probably one of the more interesting, as you walk by Paviskro, you sort of your eyes kind of go wide as you go past a store known as the Stopped Clock, and inside you can see, and the door is open, and you can see a couple of gnomes in there tinkering on clockwork things, and that immediately sort of catches your attention because
Sure does.
there's not much clockwork stuff have you seen, but you could see there's like a little dog kind of like his feet sort of scraping very awkwardly, but you could definitely tell it's the shape of a dog, but it's made of metals and springs and it's wound up and it's like, and then it stops after a little bit, right? So it's not like a true clockwork magical type of thing, but it's more mechanical wound up type of a thing. That's very interesting.
I just want to confirm. Do we still have the original case that the totem was in?
No, you do not.
It was kind of badly burned.
Yes,
All right, so
it was burned.
so it's just wrapped up right now then.
That is correct.
Wrapped in rope.
Yeah, wrapped in rope and cloth.
50 feet of it.
Yeah,
It's wrapped in rope, yes, but it's also wrapped in cloth too.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
under the rope.
Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, you find a place known as the Griffin Hall, which is right near Mead Hall, that is built or made for larger folk. And that's probably the closest you guys are that you guys are going to get as far as a bed for the evening. It's only a single story place. Doesn't look like it has too many rooms, but looks like it probably will have enough space for you guys because, like I said, the vast majority of people here are all gnomes. Very few larger folk here, so I have no doubt that you guys are going to be able to find a place to stay. But if you want to continue to look elsewhere or to do whatever, we're welcome to do that as well.
I do definitely want to divert at one point to one of these little shops or workstations or whatever you want to call it that has all this clockwork stuff going on because you have piqued my interest.
If if Paviska wants to stop along the way and look at stuff, Nilo has no problem. Just make sure you leave the rope low. Oh, that's right. I can haul the rope too. Never mind.
You and Desmond.
Desmond.
Yeah.
Desmond are carrying the totem. So
Yeah, I forgot that I can actually pull the rope. For a moment, I'm like, yeah, you're just walking beside us, holding the rope like a freaking leash.
nope,
No,
nope. You
that's not the
you
case.
guys can move. You guys are the only ones who can
Yeah.
move in.
If he stops, we'll go ahead and continue on. I would suggest Figley. Figley. Would you rather have Figley, or would you rather Figley go with us?
Figley can go with me if he wants to.
I was gonna go with him as well.
It is just a brief diversion. It will not take me long.
All right. So we'll go ahead and start with you then, I guess. Figley wants to continue with Nilo and Desmond to go, just to go get a place to eat, something to drink, a place to sleep, because that's what his priorities are: eat, drink, then he can sleep. Because you guys really got, for all intents and purposes, still early morning, right? Because
Yep.
you guys just zapped here almost instantaneously. So, but he wants to go sort of get that. Yeah, so he's going to go with those guys, and we're going to start with Paviskro. Now, I'm sorry, Ragnar, did you say you wanted to go with Paviskro, or were you going to go with Nilo and Desmond to go get a room and board?
Ragnar?
He said he was going with Paviskro.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Sometimes I didn't realize my mic is off.
Oh, we're good.
Yeah,
I do that all the
plan-
time.
I was gonna go with him because I was also curious about what the clockwork was like.
Okay, perfect. So, Paviskro, you watch as your three companions work their way deeper toward the center of town, toward the mead hall, which is a large two-story structure. Even though it's made for gnomes, it's still a two-story structure, and it is probably one of the. It's like their community centered, if you will. But that being said, you stop at a place known as the Stopped Clock, and as you sort of stop, you can hear the and a tick 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 tick, and then tick, 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 the various devices as you sort of walk in. There are a pair of gnomes. One looks decidedly older than the other, albeit not like a whole lot. But as they sort of turn to look, you can see they look a lot alike. I mean, a lot alike. Not twins, but definitely related in some way. They're like, oh, a customer, quick, go, 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 go. And the younger one sort of moves off to the side, and the older one sort of stands up and sort of brushes off the dust. He goes, welcome to the Stopped Clock, sir. I am the head tinkerer here. How may I help you?
I am just simply browsing and wanted to see. Could you show me what creations you have made here that you are most proud of? I am very curious to see all that you have here.
Oh, of course, of course. Well, so of course the Stopped Clock, as its name would apply, is we deal in clocks, and mostly in clocks, to be sure. However, my son has developed an eye and a desire for tinkering, of which, of course, runs in our family, and so he and I have been trying to formulate plans to build pets for those who are tired of having to bury their pets every 10 years or 15 years or maybe sooner if they get sick or hurt or, God forbid, eaten. So you just wind them up and go. And over here is, of course, we have the dog is a little bit bigger, but it's a little harder with all the moving parts and stuff. So he's like a work in progress. This is Fido. Fido is maybe about 2 weeks old. But we're still working on him. So if you would like a Fido for yourself, I have to tell you, number one, it's probably a little costly. And number two, it's probably going to be a little bit before we work on all the details and stuff. We got to go back over some of the gearing issues. It's just like the timing is off just a little bit. But over here, we have our first one that we made, and he pulls up this. It looks like it's made of brass, and it's shaped like a mouse. And he's like, and if here the winding device is internal, and you push his tail, and he starts pushing the tail down. You hear this.
and you can hear it sort of winding as it clicks. And he lets it go, and it goes, and the mouse goes sort of scooting off around, almost on wheels, as it sort of races around the table, and it ends up falling off. Of course, you want to be able to make sure that it's got a place that it can roam freely, because this is going to happen, of course. And he kind of rushes over, bumbles, and picks it up. Is there any particular kind of animal that you would maybe want to have as a pet for yourself?
I do have a sort of pet at the moment. Is, I do you have other sort of creations you perhaps have made? I do find all of this very fascinating, and I think these pets are quite impressive. Though I do not think I could take one of them with me yet. Though yeah, perhaps when we have done exploring the area, I might like to purchase one. But do you have other creations you have made?
You explore. Ooh.
Yes.
Are you good at climbing?
Eh, it is a thing that I can do when I need to.
Well, la-di-da, Mr. Climber, let me show you something then.
And he walks back to the back of the room, and he pulls out this box, and he pulls out this thing that looks like a tarantula. But it's got like 5 legs on it instead of like an 8-legged freak or whatever, right? And it stands up probably 2 or 3 inches. And he goes, "Watch this," and he winds it, lets it go, and this spider quickly scoots along the floor, hits the wall, grips on the wall, goes.
Now that is
Then-
quite impressive that you taught a machine to do this.
Yes, and now, imagine, now I tried to sell this to a friend of mine who specialized in the arcade arts, but he said, no, that'd be silly. But imagine if you could put an eyeball on something that could climb all the way up for you, and then it could see for you from way up there, and then let you see what it saw if you put a spell on it. I think it could have something there, but he did not think so. But I think you could have something there because it's quiet,
And then all of a sudden the winding lets out, and it falls to the floor.
and of course you have to make sure you keep it wound. That's a very important part of all of these pieces, is they have to be wound. Some of them last longer than others. Now this one, it will last up to 20 minutes when it's fully wound, as he picks up the spider and sort of dusts it off and puts it back in the box. But I'm just saying, something like this probably could be useful to people that need to get climbing or go look for things from a higher point that they can't get to.
Yes, I could see the utility. How much does an item like this normally sell for?
Oh, it is the climbing one, because it's, you got to remember, the materials necessary to make it sticky, and so it sticks to the wall when it's climbing up, is pretty rare in the mountains. We had to call all the way to Schwarzenbrunn, almost near there, to get the pieces or the materials that were required to make the stickiness. But for an adventurer such as yourself, I could easily part with this for, say, 150 gold.
I am inclined to take you up on your offer, but I think perhaps I'd like to see some more of the shops in the area first and think on it a little. Maybe perhaps begin working on this spell you suggested.
Don't think too hard, because I'm telling you, is pretty soon somebody's gonna see the value in what I have did this, especially this one. Now these other pets and stuff, you could make a case for that. Not too many people want a metal creature because they like to watch things die, I guess. I don't know, but this one I think is has a purpose. Or
I do see the value in your creation, and I think you all have been doing a wonderful job.
I could you. I have if you don't want pets, I'm very good with clocks too.
I actually did want to see some.
This wonderful alarm clock that does have a little bit of arcade in it. I don't know if arcade interests you in any way, shape, or form, but imagine if you could set an alarm clock and then you could go wherever you want, and when the alarm clock goes off, you hear it in your head telling you that the alarm clock is going off. What about that? So you would be able to know, say, 20 minutes passed, or an hour, or whatever you wanted to set your clock for. It would go off in your head, and you would know that your alarm went off.
May I see it?
Well, surely. And again, he goes back toward the back where his private collection stuff is, and he comes back with this ornate alarm clock. Looks to be made of like the same material as plate armor, right? It's very metal, gunmetal type of material, and it's just a simple little clock. It has some inscriptions running along the side that you actually recognize as a sending spell, and it's again sort of carved in these various little symbols and stuff, but it's very nicely made. It's not like this little cheap thing that's thrown together. You can see the gears on the inside, like, because it's ticking along and stuff. It's a wind up one. It's not a forever going one. And he's like, now this here, and now these two hands tell the time, of course, and this third hand, you set it for whatever, wherever you want the big hand to be. So you can set it for an hour or more. And when you set it, and when the big hand goes all the way around and hits it, poof, it triggers the alarm, and it sends you to your brain, and you can hear the alarm going off from wherever you are. And it works just like a sending spell. So whatever the details of a sending spell are, I think it's on this plane of existence or whatever the case may be.
Yeah. Yeah, small chance to fail if they're on a different plane, yeah.
Right. But
If you could make something like this, could you perhaps make something like with a tripwire to wake someone up when they're asleep?
that's, you mean like an alarm spell?
Yeah, sort of like that, but for those that aren't magically inclined.
It would be
Oh,
very valuable for those who are
see.
not magically inclined.
I could probably be contracted to make something like that. That's very interesting. So we put the trip on there. I think, yes, I am probably 75.28% sure if I did the math correctly in my head, but 75.28% sure that I could do that for you. Yes, with the proper amount of funding and the materials, of course, I could almost do anything when it comes to tinkering and stuff like that. But do you have some sort of a timeline? Like, is that like this year, or is it like by tomorrow, or what are we talking timeline here? Because I'm thinking 6 months to gather the right materials and to engage in the right proper arcane infusion of the materials, and then there's the schematics and the filing of the paperwork with the local community developer shop, and making sure that the city gets its tax as far as that goes, and then of course the filing of it and making sure that the blueprints are properly accounted for in the local archives is a very important step in this whole process, so that if something happens to me, somebody else could continue the work, of course. So yes, I'm sure that probably I could get this within a few months for you, and depending upon the cost of materials plus the spell, probably 400 gold, maybe to procure and to manufacture something like that for you.
Given my current state of funds, it's at least nice to know that it's available as an option, but currently I do not have the funding for that kind of commission.
Well, that is unfortunate, because I would love to do business with you, but since you have no money, I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Anyway,
Thank you.
let
Have a
my
good day.
my friend here. I still have coin to spend here. First of all, and he is my friend, so
you can go.
he is with
You
me.
can go, but I'm going to have to ask your dwarf friend to leave, because if you don't have money, then I have no business dealing with you. There's not to be rude. That's just how it is.
I
Right, he's
mean,
just-
I don't
he's just-
have 400 gold, but that wasn't the most price for most of your items. I'm gonna go anyway.
Okay.
Oh,
Now you were saying you wanted to spend coin. So how much coin are we looking there? Are we talking like 100 gold or like 1,000 gold, or what are we looking here?
Does what I want to know is does the timer, does it tell time like a normal clock as well, or is it just a timer?
No. It's this one. When you wind it, it lasts. It's a 24-hour clock that will go for 24 hours before it has to be wound again. And it is just like a clock. You can set it in your house and never need to set the alarm. But if you want to set the alarm, you just put it on there and you click the little clicker there to set it, and set it and forget it, as I say.
What size is this clock?
It's probably about 8 inches tall, 3-4 inches wide.
Okay,
It's a
so
little
it-
small.
it is-
Think of it a desk clock. That's something that sits on your desk.
Yeah, it's a desk clock, not a pocket watch. Do you have
Yes.
something like this that might be able to say fit in a pocket?
Oh no, nothing that small. That is. Everybody wants things smaller these days. Nobody wants like big, nice, fancy stuff to sit on your table to talk, like a talk piece to when your friends come over for dinner and your family comes over and tries to tell you what a failure you are. You can show them, look what I
Wow.
made. But
getting-
now everybody wants these little tiny. What happens if you drop it and you don't see where it went? Now you've lost it forever. But this, if you drop it, you're gonna know where it's at.
You know you are not wrong, but the home that is currently being made for me is not yet finished. I will eventually have something to put there, but for now, I am looking for something I could take adventuring with me on my travels that would be of use to me. So if you do not have anything small, then I am afraid that I cannot do any business with you right now, and I am going to leave.
Yeah,
And I'm going to look to my, and I'm just gonna smirk a little bit and look to my dwarven friend who got kicked out and give him a little like half-hearted salute kind of thing to the gnome as I just make my way out because I want a pocket watch.
Yep. Remember where we are. We will always be here. Hey, DM, how you doing, brother? Appreciate you showing up tonight. Glad you were able to make it. For everybody else that's still out there, I definitely appreciate it. So with that said,
How did Ragnar get kicked out?
so
'Cause he didn't have
he
money.
didn't have money, and the gnome.
I don't
said
have
if-
400 gold apparently, so that was enough to get me kicked out. I'm like, holy, like, dude, his first price is like 120 something, and he goes like, okay.
That being said,
Yeah.
that being said, Ragnar did say, "I don't have money." He didn't.
No,
say
I said I don't have that kind of money.
So obviously, the gnome tinkerer mistook you or misunderstood you, but he took it for you don't have money, you're not worth my time, so quit wasting my time. But that being said, Perviskro and Ragnar step back out into the street as the wind inside the walls of the city are much calmer than they are. You can see the swirling winds in the sharp peaks of the Klatspur Mountains that surround you on all sides. And we will pick up with Nilo, Desmond, and Figley entering into the Griffin Hall or the Mead Hall, depending upon where they want to go when we come back from break. So let me get us set up for our break here. I appreciate everybody that's been hanging out with us as long as you've been hanging out with us. We definitely appreciate it. But let me entertain you. And we are going to be back in roughly 15 minutes.
Hey, Sean, I got a question for you. So I don't have an Arcana of proficiency. The only way I can think of to actually get another proficiency is either a level dip or getting the skilled feat, which gives me 3 proficiencies of my choice.
Okay.
Would I be able to study somewhere for the Arcana proficiency? You know, pay gold to somebody and study there for, or do I have to get computer leveled in?
No, I'm going to go by the book. Yeah, I'm not going to do any of the one-offs to get proficiency on the side and stuff.
Alright. Because I saw no use in level dipping any arcane class because I am an Eldritch Knight, but
Yeah.
I didn't want to burn a feat for an Arcana proficiency.
Yeah. All right, so for those of you that are still out there with us, we appreciate you hanging out. We'll be back in a few minutes, 14 minutes and 28 and counting, as you can see. We're going to find out what the party has to find here in the gnome community of Tinkerhome. For those of you that have never visited Perrenland, Tinkerhome is a must-go-to site, especially if you like gnomes. So I'm going to take a bio break, get myself something to drink to reload the bio, and we'll be back in a few. Thanks for sticking with us.
name's Steve Clinton, and I'm standing in front of an electric conversion.
We live on 2.5 acres in the middle of the woods.
A drinking village with a fishing problem.
Life is wonderful here. I really wanted sometime in my life to make a difference. I was going to make a difference.
And we are back. Hello, everybody. And for all the people that just showed up, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the rest of you. If you were not with us before we went to break, you missed out some okay stuff, man. We had a little bit of interaction going on with some magi. We had a little bit of interaction going on with some of our gnome community here in Tinkerholm, and now our party is trying to find themselves a place to eat, sleep, and be merry, and perhaps find a little information about the Hollows of Mordain, where they can take the totem to be destroyed. And so, as you guys are walking down the street, Nilo, you and Desmond toting this rather large thing on your shoulders and whatnot, carrying it with a rope, or however it is that you guys are toting this thing, and Figley walking beside you as you go down the main thoroughfare of Tinkerholm, headed toward Mead Hall, which basically incorporates the large central plaza. Directly behind it, you can see a walled compound that apparently has the main keep of whoever is the lord and lady, or the city council, or the hetmen, or whatever they call themselves here in Tinkerholm. You can see their large compound of a large stone structure. But anyway, as you guys are walking through town carrying this thing, you get some sort of side-eyed with people that are sort of looking like, what are you carrying through our town here? Children in particular stopping, and parents having to grab a hold of them and yank them away. Don't look at it. Don't look at them. Um, Basically giving you guys sort of that the stink eye as you're walking through the center of town. But as you approach the mead hall, it's sort of, the road widens a little bit, and you can see people flowing in and out. The mead hall itself, although this is a gnome community, the mead hall is one of those structures that accommodates folks of a larger size. So you guys would be able to make your way into the mead hall should you so desire. But you also passed Griffin Hall, which appeared to be another more of an inn type of a structure, also made for larger folks. That's basically to the right of the mead hall. So as you
Yeah.
get closer toward the center of town, you're finding that these buildings and structures are built more and more for larger folks, visitors, et cetera, et cetera. Whether by design or happenstance, it seems that the gnomes want to make sure that people that are of the larger variety are centrally located in town, as opposed to out and about the rest of the city.
That would make sense. Um, yeah, I'm gonna go to the Griffin Hall.
Okay. Approaching into in the Griffin Hall, again, it's a two-story structure, more of your standard fare. You can see that mounted outside is the heads of a griffin, and it's like this big, like eagle's like head, and you can see the tiger claws. Sort of, they're not. You can obviously tell that they were made, and they're not the actual claws of the creature, but the head itself looks like it's stuffed and taxidermied very well. Is this head of this eagle creature, or griffin, out above the main door itself, right? And then the paws themselves look to be made of. As you get closer, you realize they're made of metal, as they're coming out. So it looks like it's leaping out of the wall, but all it is the head and the two front paws. Um, and you can see the doors leading in. People come in and out, not really a whole lot of people, mostly gnomes coming in and out of here. You guys appear to be the only ones. But again, as you walk in, they come out and they look, and they sort of slide to the side to give you guys a little bit of leeway, as you're like carrying this big thing under wraps, and everybody's kind of wondering what it is. Um, it's to the point now, as you guys are approaching, that some of the local um, soldier contingents, as they're making their way around town, are sort of half following you. Not like they're like looking like they're not trying to follow you, but you can definitely tell that they're not being very shy or covert about following you guys as you arrive at Griffin Hall. Um, Doors open. Going inside.
Yep, gonna go inside. Yeah.
Okay. Going inside, the place is mostly empty. There's maybe 3 or 4 gnomes sitting at various places about the place, all by themselves. Nobody congregated together. It's a nice establishment, not overly fancy. Kind of reminds you a little bit about or a little bit like the Gorgeous Dwarf. A pair of gnomes walking back and forth behind the bar, but you can see they're walking on some sort of a ledge behind the bar because the bar itself is human height. But they're walking behind and they're like waist high, so you can tell there's probably some kind of a platform that they're walking on behind it. One server sort of moving between the tables. You can see that there is a flight of stairs winding up to go to the upstairs for a room. No music. It's very sort of quiet and just mellowed and laid back as you walk in. And the gnome or one of the gnomes at the back of the bar sort of stops and calls it, "Hey, hey, look, 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 look." And the other one sort of stops and looks, and they both sort of straighten up. "Hello," they say in unison. "Welcome to the Griffin. What may we get you today?"
Oh, hello there. She gives a wave with her free hand. First, a room that we can unload our stuff in. How much do you charge for boarding per
Oh,
person?
for would you like a common room with more than one people, or was individual rooms?
Um,
I have a common room that can accommodate up to 4 people. Well, is he with you? As they point down to Figley.
uh, Figley is with us. Is
Just the 3 of you?
There we got another 2 currently out and about right now.
Big size or little
Big
size?
size. Yes, same as me.
So the common rooms typically hold 4 biggie-sized people. But if you have this fellow with you, we could probably squeeze 5 into a room for an extra 5 silver. Normally, it is 1 gold piece for the room per night. But if you just wanted him to, or somebody wants to sleep on the floor, then it would be the extra 5 silver pieces.
Is Figley okay with squeezing into the room?
Sure. I suppose I'm gonna have to be the one sleeping on the floor, though, aren't I?
Wow.
I would rather not be the one that gets kicked to the curb, but what about the ranger guy? He's like used to sleeping on hard floors. He looks up at Desmond. Desmond sort of
So
smirks down at him.
the only one here that is not accustomed to sleeping on hard floors is you.
Yes.
At that she goes, "Yeah, I think that would do just fine."
Very well. Then that would be 1 gold and 5 silver pieces, please. As he
She'll
walks down to the end of the bar, opens up this little cabinet thing and gets out a key and brings it over and hands it to you as he exchanges the money. Will you be staying? Is this just for one night then? Would you rather? Would you have several nights you like to pay up front, perhaps?
Well, as of right now, it is just one night. However,
He gets
I need to
he gets
talk
a
over
sad panda look on his face. Oh,
I need to talk with my party because I'm pretty sure we'll be coming in and out of the city for a little bit. So I'll talk with the rest of my companions when they return from the shops, and then we'll get back to you. Do you mind if we take this to the room and I can pay you when we get up there?
oh, he already accepted the money.
I kind of holding the totem up in my arms.
Right, but I mean, I was under the impression you were going to pay him and he was going to give you the key and then you can just go up to the room
Oh, okay.
yourself.
All right. I fish with one hand for the gold. Then yeah. I'll just...
I will note as a fun fact that if you technically drop the item, it will still be supported by the rope midair. So you don't have to worry about dropping that thing.
You know what? Oh yeah, sure. You know what? Yeah, I do that. I kind of make sure the rope's just hanging there, and I let go and go dig for the gold. Yep.
As he looks under it, stands up and looks, goes to the side, looks sideways.
Desmond's still holding it technically.
That's either some very cool magic, or he's a strong one. He is.
Oh, he's very strong. Don't let him punch you.
We do get pretty rowdy up here sometimes during the festival season when the miners are out of the mines and they're taking the days off for the festival.
if you are ever looking for work and just flex some of those muscles, you just come see, and Artemis and Beatimus will be more than happy to put you to work.
She gives him the gold and takes the key. We'll be down in a bit. You serve food here too, yes? Or do I have to go across to the meat hall?
Oh, we have the finest cuisine and for everywhere.
Alrighty, we'll be back down shortly.
Very well, sir, or ma'am, as the case
Don't
may
worry
be.
about it.
And you guys go up to your room, and it is as advertised, although it is very Spartan. There's 4 beds, a footlocker for each one, a fireplace, a single chair by the fireplace. But there is a fireplace with a cordon of wood sort of sitting off to the side, along with strikers and a little bit of tinder, so to get yourself a little fire going, should you so desire. Because the room itself seems kind of cold when you walk in. It's obviously not heated. The building itself is warm in general, but the room itself doesn't have heat going to it. So to warm it up, you would have to start your own fireplace.
Is there a window?
Yes, there is a window that
There's a
overlooks
window.
outside into the plaza, overlooking the main square toward the meat hall.
I'm going to ask the gnome if he has a room without a window.
Oh no! All rooms
Okay.
have windows. I'm sorry. But
All right.
if you're worried about security, all the windows and doors have highest quality of locks available, and your key will work in the door as well as the window lock itself.
All right, I'm gonna check out that lock when I get up there. What would I roll to check the lock? See how
Just
quality it
do
is.
an investigation.
All right, that's a great roll right there.
Yeah,
That lock.
that looks probably like one of the best locks ever made to you. But it is interesting because you've never really noticed on other windows before that had key locks. And this window has a key lock, and it's the whole top frame of the window is made of metal. It has like a little keyhole in the one corner of it, and you go put it in, and you can hear a catch on the inside as the window locks, and very sturdy. It seems
All
great
right.
to you.
I'm guessing the only section with the for the key is actually on the inside. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
got
All
you
right.
got to
Good.
be in
Good.
the room to do it, right?
Okay. All right. Just double checking. In that case, she's going to close the curtains on the window, lay the totem. Say if she can put it underneath if she can slip it like sort of under the bed, she's gonna lay maybe the blanket over so it's hanging off the side and draping over the bed bottom. And at that, she's going to take off her weapons and head downstairs to eat.
Okay, cool. So as you guys go down to eat, Praviskro, Ragnar, as you guys leave, any place in particular that you're heading after you leave the stopped clock?
Um, I do want to reconvene with my other companions. I know that didn't really take a particularly long period of time, so just making sure that we all have the same like idea of where we're meeting up. I'm gonna try to head to the nearest you know,
Yep.
tavern. Yeah.
Yeah. As you get to, like, as you're walking down the street and you get closer to the meat hall, as I described previously, a lot of these
Yeah.
structures now are becoming more big person size or human sized. And the only inn that seems to be human sized is Griffin Hall. So poking your head in there, you actually see as Nilo and Figley and Desmond are descending the stairs at the back of this place. And you notice that they don't have the totem with them. So they've obviously left it somewhere as they're coming down the stairs.
I'll call out to Nilo and say, Nilo,
Oh, hello, Paviskra. How are you doing?
could you show me to our room? I have some stuff I want to store there.
Oh, yes, of course. Um, she's going to start heading up the stairs and mention to Desmond to go ahead and grab me whatever they have, whatever the house meal is, and head up with Puppy's Girl.
Okay.
And I just want to get to the room where we're storing the totem,
Yep.
basically. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Just say, I don't want to leave this thing unguarded. And I'm going to snap my fingers, have my eagle appear, have it stay in the room with the totem.
Okay.
And I want to spend some time casting the alarm spell on the room, the door, the windows, and just in the room itself. So, and I want to. I will literally spend the amount of time it takes for people to eat breakfast doing it. So probably anywhere from probably an hour, realistically.
When
Just
you walk in,
casting 6 different alarms on here because I don't want it to be easily dispelled in a single shot.
when you walk in, the dragon is bouncing around the room.
Yep.
And Nyla also does show you where she put the totem, which is pretty much under the bed. She kind of lifts the blanket a little bit.
Yeah.
Both blankets, by the way, are hanging off the side.
Yeah. Based on the duration, by the way, it's about now that the immovable object kind of just wears off.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's not a permanent thing yet. So just
Someday.
That comes next.
someday, not
Yep.
today.
All right.
And I just want to make it clear, this we still need to keep someone near this thing at all times while we were in town.
Oh, yeah.
There is no telling what our pursuers, let's call them, have at their disposal. It is possible they may have their own teleportation magic that could bring them here. Or something that lets them travel incredibly quickly over land.
Should
I think
we-
one of us should be with this at all times. At least.
Oh, I want to show you something. And she shows him the locked window.
What are you showing me?
The window. It
What
locks.
about the wind?
It locks. It's one of the best locks I've ever seen.
As you examine what Nilo's talking about, Praviska, you notice that even in the wood frame and stuff like that, this is actually a metallic top of the window that slides up, the piece that slides up and down, and you can see that there's a little keyhole in the right hand corner of it. That apparently there's a locking mechanism to lock the window in place, as opposed to the normal latch that actually appears to be some kind of a locking mechanism on the window.
It is nice that there is a lock on the window. I agree with you, Nilo. But I could say a word and end up on the other side of this. Not without throwing myself through it. Not throwing myself through it either, with it just a spell. So, you
Don't
do
you have to
this.
see for that, though?
I can see out the window, yes.
But the window's actually closed. She has the curtains closed on it. Don't you have to see where you're teleporting to before you do that?
Yes, but there are some mages who do not need to. So when I say that, sorry, a really loud noise started playing and I had to go mute that. So when I say that we should keep someone with it, I mean it. We cannot leave this thing unattended.
What
in
would
its
you like to
completed
eat
form.
then? I'll bring it up to you.
Yes, just whatever the rest of you are having.
All
Isn't
right.
it kind of strange they have locks on the windows?
I wish
particularly.
more hotels would have that. So at that, she's gonna go ahead and make her leave. The dragon's still bouncing around the room.
Okay. All right, so you go back down to have your breakfast. Ragnar, I don't want to leave you out of this conversation. Anything particular that you wanted to do in preparation for, just making your rooms? Because again, you guys got up, you had breakfast actually before you left.
Yeah.
And now you're here. And
Second breakfast,
yeah, having second breakfast, right? So every good gnome and halfling wants second breakfast.
When in Gnome.
Yep, when in gnome. So, but you guys are,
Yeah.
just
I plan on
awake
going to the
and-
library.
Yeah, exactly. I
again.
was just kind of curious. So, I didn't know if you wanted to eat because you've already had breakfast, or if you
Yeah.
just wanted to drop this. I figured maybe drop the stuff off at the room and then go do what you need to do. But do you want to eat then, Nilo, or? Getting hungry after your teleportation experience? Is that what we got going on?
I honestly, I completely forgot that we ate breakfast first. I thought
Yeah,
we
it seems
just.
like when you travel
I,
to a place, you tend to say, "Oh man, we got to stop and get something to eat." Well, the fact is, you guys have only been up however long it took to walk from the teleportation circle to town. Another
I
half
thought we
hour.
left that evening. I thought we left that
No,
evening.
No,
Okay,
it's morning.
no, you guys got up in the
gotcha. Okay,
morning. Everybody
I
had their
missed
That
long
that.
rest.
that explains why you were. I was really confused. It's like, okay, we're going to save another place to stay now. I guess that's fine. That makes sense. We'll go back there later tonight. You're gonna get food. Okay, that's.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
wasn't
that's
gonna
fine.
question it, but it makes
All right.
a lot of sense
Well,
now.
and we all know we need second breakfast, but no, you know what? She will go grab some bread, but that's it. She'll go grab some bread.
Okay. Totally fine. But I just want to make sure, does Ragnar have anything that he wants to do prior to?
Well, since I got new armor, which is the scale mail, I'm gonna spend time decorating it because one of the big things that I do like adding is like mostly style to the armor.
Right.
So there's different kind of like grooves and markings. Uh, he's basically replicating a lot of the tattoos on his actual body outside of his armor, so people can actually see them. For
Very
the most
cool.
part,
Okay. All
it
right.
takes time
So
anyway.
yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Another thing is just gonna ask Ragnar and Pavisco, how long do we intend to stay in the city, and how long? Because they were asking how long we intend to stay here.
I intend to stay here until we
Find
get
answers.
some sort of clue as to where we are going. I do not want to walk blindly into these frozen wastes.
All right. Well,
I was going to ask, what exactly are we doing?
We are looking for the Hollows of Mordain to. Are we in? And that is.
yeah,
Are we
we're
in? We're in. Yeah, we're saying this in the room. We are looking for the Hollows of Mordain to bring this item, and I'm pointing to the totem there to destroy it because it can be used for great evil otherwise.
we're going to a fancy religious, possible religious or temple, some fancy site that was made by an evil dro, as it's pronounced in this one, dro, to destroy it. Ironically, the place to destroy it is also the place to use it, and a bunch of the clans are trying to kill us.
And you don't know where it is yet?
No, we just opened the map.
Oh, I was going. If that's the case, I would have recommended while we were still in Traft. They have a very good library there.
The library already has been gone through.
Ah.
That's how we managed to get this far, actually. That's how we managed to learn what it is, where to go. But now we have to figure out locations that the gnomes here in Tico Home have marked down as, possible religious sites, fortifications, temples, anything of the sort. We're not sure if this place was crafted in a religious site or a fortress that somebody withstood a siege within. It used to be did we know it used to be a Drow city?
No.
No.
And you just knew that there were. You guys have just started to figure out that there are these elves that had dark skin, white hair, probably live underground. You've heard stories of Drow as legends and stuff, and like tales to tell children as they go to bed. But you guys are starting to discover that there's a little bit of truth coming behind some of these stories, and it's a little unnerving to know that there are elves that don't live in the forest, that tend to live in the Underdark and are as deadly as any other creatures on the world or on the planet.
So yeah, that's more or less what we're doing. Any other questions?
Well, how did you get started on this? I guess is another good one.
Well, Parviskor got attacked by a dragon, and that's how we found him. And then we went back to look at the wreckage. We found the totem, as well as a poem. And then we took it to Traft, where the wizard that we spoke to told us where to find the next piece and sent us here. Sent us there, and then we traveled over to the Clasper Mountains, down to the south of here, and inside the volcano actually. And we went down there. We fought a fancy fire elemental being, and we got the tooth from there.
Now, Ragnar, when he mentions the dragon attack, you are well aware that there is rumor of a dragon in the hills around where you currently live in Christchurch. So the miners spoke often of keep your eye on the sky when you're transporting stuff because the dragon has been known to attack caravans. And in fact, a few weeks ago, a caravan was attacked en route to Christchurch. And several of your friends that you used to work with were part of that caravan troop. But there were only like a couple of people you heard, like 2 people survived, but none of them were people that you knew. So yeah, so you've heard of the Mountain Wind, as they call him, is supposedly a white dragon lives somewhere in these hills.
So, given what we've seen so far and what you've run into, do you think these ruins are going to be guarded by something very powerful, considering what you've run into already?
It's very possible. In fact,
Very
I think it's
possible.
probably likely.
The first one was guarded by a Hydra. The second was guarded by a champion of the fire god. So she kind of gives a shrug. We don't know what this one would be. It was a Drow city, and there's always these dark legends of Drow, and thought they were fake anyway until now. My clan never spoke of them. Very hush hush. It was a taboo
They're
word back there.
not exactly familiar to me either. Despite my family's history, we don't really talk about much that lived underground before our migration.
Well,
So it is new news to me. Do we know
You'll-
anything about them that might make them easier to figure out?
The only
well,
thing we have right now is speculation.
the dark-skinned, white hair, red eyes, and that's the basic description of them. They're really evil. We know that
Actually,
much.
not red eyes.
Oh, not red eyes in yours?
No, Drow typically have like a deep violet to almost a black eye.
All right, you must have changed it for Faerun. All right,
That's
so
possible, but I mean,
yeah,
I've
yeah.
always
In Faerun, they swapped it around where they all have red eyes, and the purple eyes is supposed to be someone that can is supposed to be a rare variant that comes around every now and then that isn't blessed by Lolth or some BS like that.
Neat. Anyway.
Different lore, different world,
different lore,
different
different
universe,
lore.
different lore.
You're getting off the track.
Yep.
But my bad. And they got the purple and black eyes and really weird.
Yes.
Well, at least we have an idea of what we're dealing with, even if it is speculation.
Of course, we could be lucky. Just be a giant monster guarding it. That would be much more preferred.
Now, before we lose too much of the day, I do want to make some time to head to the local library and see what we can learn about the area, perhaps about any clues that might lead us to the Hollows of Mordain. Now, I'm more than happy to make some time to research the Duro, if they have anything on them.
Yeah, my
But,
attempt to gnomes of a long time.
Yeah.
But, or at least, if nothing else, we can research the legends.
Okay.
In that case, I can take Figley and head over to talk to this. What was he called again? The oral storyteller.
Oh, yeah. So the basically the old ones that are the keepers of the tales and the tellers of the stories and whatnot.
Yeah, I can take Figley with me and try to find these bards of sorts, scholars, the folks who have those stories locked up in their heads, and they might know information as well. And Desmond can stay here. Ragnar, you can come with myself, or you can go with Paviskro, whichever one you feel, whichever one fancies your beard.
I wouldn't mind going with Pavisro, but the problem is I'm not very helpful when it comes to literary research in my current condition.
Hmm.
Don't imagine they have Dwarven script there.
How long do you think it will take you to find these storytellers?
Don't know. That's why I'm bringing Figley. Figured he might know.
All
You're
right.
probably gonna have to end up bribing some townsfolk to tell you. That's the vibe I'm getting off this town.
It is possible, but if you think you can find them and learn what you need to learn from them in a couple of hours, I will stay here with the totem, with Desmond. All the three of you can go, and then when you are done, I will make my way to the library while you guard the totem.
Oh, very well then.
We have already acquired all of the pieces. We have everything we need. We just need to find the destination.
Before
We
they
are no long. This is no longer a game against time. For if they find us, we can defend ourselves. They cannot steal anything but this one piece. So it is more important that we keep people on it to protect it than it is to be hasty.
You might want to recast that spell and that rope again too.
I will cast it if it is necessary. It only lasts so long, and
Okay.
I only have so many castings available to me.
I didn't even notice it faded. It already had it tucked away before then. Very well. Ragnar, you ready to go?
Yes, I think I can get going.
Okay.
Alright.
So,
And we're gonna grab Figley and go.
so you're going to be looking for the tellers of the tales, and I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Viskro, you are going to look for the library. Is that correct?
Yeah, once after they're done with their thing, because I'm gonna guard the totem for now.
Oh, because Desmond can stay at the totem.
Yeah,
'Cause-
I'm gonna stay with him.
Oh, you both. Okay, cool. So
Yeah.
go ahead and give. You go Figley. You wanted Figley to go with you, right, Nello?
Yeah, I want Figley with me.
Yep.
Another thing I was gonna suggest is perhaps Paviskar and I trade familiars where where our familiars are able to remain with the other one. Kind of, it's like because while they can't exactly communicate in words, they can still show signs of distress or something like that, and I can tell it to do
Actually, what spells do you know?
that. I know.
Cantrips. Do you know prestidigitation?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I know Booming Blade and Firebolt.
I will tell you what. The bird, your pseudo dragon thing, will know where to find us. Yes.
Probably.
Yes. I will leave this with you, and I am going to take a moment and
Oh wait, we have those
give
saving stones.
we do.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, we actually do have those.
You do.
We got
That's
the
pretty
saving
perfect.
stones. That's better. All right.
That's
I think that
that's
works.
that's actually perfect. So you take one, I'll take the other.
Trying to remember if you guys were ever going to remember. I should say trying to think if you guys are ever going to remember that, because
Mike check. Got a copy.
now you've used it for the day.
You've ruined it.
My one use of the day is me rubbing
Yeah.
it on my side to make that annoying
Yeah.
shitty noise.
So
Yeah.
so let's actually take 2 seconds here. If it's a sending stone, right? It's 2 sending stones connected to each other. Do they both have one charge?
Oh,
So I can cast it.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. So I could cast it, and then they could cast it, and then it's done, right?
Yes, that's what we decided on last time.
Yes.
Wanted to make sure. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
So what I'm actually going to suggest is that we, first of all, yes, let's do that. But I'm going to add one to my character sheet right now, so I have it. But secondly, I'm going to. Do you have anything that important to you that you might look at often?
She kind of looks over to her sword. If the sword disappears, there might be a trouble.
This is that is a good way for you to contact me. If the sword disappears, I will know to come find you, and I will. If you do not use the sending stone, I will in that circumstance. But additionally, I need you to have something that you are going to have on you, yes, and that you can look at. And if it were to change color, for example, you would know.
My shield.
Actually, I have
No, I was going to mention this might work out in a different way. Remember how he mentioned that clock that can send you an alert when it's up?
Yeah, that's kind of a thing, but that's not what I'm.
Oh, I had
All right.
no.
I will disclose to you, the players, what I'm trying to do here.
Oh
I
no, I had a
have.
different thing entirely. I was going to mention.
Okay, go ahead, mention it.
Well, if you attune it to one of, say, Nilo over there, and you carry the clock, you just set it to 6 seconds, and it'll go off immediately to alert or something happened.
Yeah, that would do it. But I don't want to buy that clock, quite frankly, because I don't have the money for that clock. So
think
what
you
I'm
would
going to
do.
what I am going to suggest is I'm going to cast or use my magical tinkering, because I am an artificer of first level, on 4 objects. One of which you will carry on your person. I can dismiss that at any time. So it can glow, for example, and if it stops glowing, you know there's trouble. No matter where you are.
Alrighty.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Now I just need you to pick what I'm using it on.
Item that glows.
I can make it. It could be anything: a coin, like a necklace, just anything.
She taps her Pax Macari emblem.
Is it something you wear around like your neck or something?
Yeah, something that tucks into her armor or whatever. It's something that she will
Right.
definitely notice if it changes.
Right. So you can just like look down and check. Okay.
Yep, something like that.
All right. Cool. Yeah, Pavis sort of going to take out his wand, which is a sort of metal rod that kind of just flicks out of his bracer on his right arm,
Okay.
and into his hand.
Okay.
It's on a little chain attached to said bracer, so it doesn't really like go anywhere if he drops it. And at the very end, there's like a sort of like a green gemstone, and he's going to take your emblem if you give it to him,
Yeah.
and he's just going to circle it with the wand, and you're going to hear like a little bit of a whirring sound, and the emblem is going to begin to glow with this very faint purplish light. Then he's just going to tuck that back into his bracer, and if it stops glowing, you will know that we are in some sort of trouble, and you need to make it back here quickly. It will be faster for me to do this than to send you a message, so this should be the first thing you look for. Just keep an eye on it.
Alrighty. When she puts on her weapons and stuff, she leaves her sword out of the scabbard, sitting up, leaning up against the wall. That way you can see if it just disappears.
Yep. Because that'll be you summoning it to you, I believe.
Yep. Unless
Awesome.
I go to a different plane.
Paranoia.
Yeah.
At that
Hopefully.
point, at that point, we have some
serious
real
paranoia.
problems.
Some
No,
serious
no.
paranoid.
This isn't me being. This is just me being careful. You know. This is
That's
proper precautions, especially.
45 minutes of gameplay later, we've determined that you're gonna zap the sword and you're gonna have a glowing necklace. But I like it. I like the plan. Totally okay. Yep. Somebody out there, a live rumble says that somebody just wants private time with Desmond. So
I will be right back in like 2 seconds.
all right. So
1,
2.
2.
So then, as the plans are made and Desmond and Paviskro get their alone time in the bedroom with the totem, with Colonel Mustard, whatever. Nilo, you and Figley and Ragnar set out to go find the tellers of the tales, the storytellers. Tell me a little bit about how you guys are going to go about finding them.
All right. Well, first, I'm going to ask Figley if they had one in their town, and if in their city, and if so, where they were usually found at.
Wait, asking Figley.
Figley, if he had the same thing.
Well, yeah, we had the keepers of the tales. We call them the vertellers. That's Nobish for storyteller. So we would probably just want to. Normally, they're sort of on the inn with the muckety mucks in town. So typically they would be
around in that area. So usually places like um, community gathering points and stuff like that is typically where you're going to find the Verteller. Which, by the way, the mead hall, we may find them in there because sometimes they do performance stories where they tell like a tale of some great event or something like that, and they would do sort of like acting on a stage like a bard, but they're not really like bards, but you get the point.
I do, I do. Okay, so in that case, we're gonna go check out the mead hall first, and at worst case scenario, we just ask the waitresses, ask the waiters at the barkeep if they show up, and if not, where we can find them.
Okay.
So we'll go there first.
All right, cool. So going to the mead hall is well, I should say, showing up at the mead hall, you can see that it's obviously a very popular place. Even during the early morning, you can see that the place is sort of crowded. Most of the people in here look to be obviously known because it is a known community, but minors, the way they're dressed, the way they look, it looks like they've just come off shift. And sort of dirty, dusty, grungy clothing and stuff, but they've been cleaned up a little bit, and they're having their breakfast and slamming down the ales and stuff. The fact that normal sized folk, if you will, sort of walk in, particularly those dressed as you guys are, and a dwarf with a helmet covering his face, they're all, whispers begin to sort of go amongst the crowd. There's this little sort of a wave of, look at there, what's that? It's over there. And as you step in, one of the bar girls or waitress girls comes in your direction. Gnomish girl, young, sort of has her hair in a little bob. Just typical, standard clothing for those that work in this sort of an environment. And she's like, "Hello, okay, would you like to have your own seat, or would you just like to go stand at the bar?"
Oh, my first observation is there's somebody telling stories and like on a raised dais or something, or no?
Looking around, no. You see that there is an area for performance, which is in the middle of the room, and the whole place sort of goes around it. So it looks like it is a routine gathering place, but there's nobody up on stage right now.
All right, I think we'll just go stand at the bar. Thank you, though.
You're very welcome. And she leaves to go about her business, and you guys arriving at the bar, you can see that there is a gnome and actually a halfling working behind the bar. The halfling has these big mutton chops that come down to a beard with the rest of his face clean shaven. It's very shock brown, or a shock of brown hair sitting on top of his head, like somebody pulled off a thing of sod and slapped it on top of somebody's head and painted it brown. It's just like this sort of little puffed sort of sitting up there. He's not like really pudgy like you see a lot of halflings maybe. He's a little on the thin side. His fingers are a little longer than the normal halfling. He's like, "Whoa, holy cow, we haven't had normies in here in such a long time. Welcome to the mead hall. I am Jacob. I shall be taking care of you. What can I get you to drink?"
I'll take an ale, please.
"What ale for you? And for you, Sir Dwarf?"
Just ale for now.
And Figley looks up and goes, I should very much like a copper smooth wine, please." He's like, "Whoa, look at you, big spender." And he disappears. A minute later, comes back with this sort of a wine glass, wine mug for Figley, as well as the 2 ales for Ragnar and Nilo. That will be 5 silver pieces for the wine, and it'll be a copper piece for the ale. And assuming that you pay, he departs for other customers, leaving you guys to stand alone at the bar.
So we're gonna stay there for a little bit, eat some food, have our drinks for a little bit, and next time he passes by, then we'll grab his attention.
Okay. It only takes a couple minutes. You've only taken a couple sips, and again, you can see the crowd in here, fairly boisterous and noisy. A lot of eyes looking in your guys' direction, but nobody really saying anything to you. But you can see people looking up and talking and nodding, and see points every now and then. So obviously, you guys are topics of conversation at various tables about the establishment. But as Jacob comes walking back by to you, you catch his attention. So, yes, a refill for you.
Sure, I'll take another refill. While you're doing that, I got a question for you.
Why, sure.
I was told I might be able to find a teller of tales or a keeper. I can't remember what you said from Fig, or I'm gonna say what Figley mentioned for their word.
Verteller.
Yeah, or a Verteller.
Oh, yes. So not tonight. However, if you go over to Isadora's, they basically, that is their home, and you can actually speak with them without listening to tales if you're looking for a story or information.
Thank you so much.
You are so welcome.
And
So
at that, she'll just take the refill and finish that drink. And she'll wait until Ragnar and Fig are both done.
Agnar finished way before you did.
Neither does not drink as slow as I do. All right, I will say that, but
I'm a dwarf, man. I probably took 2 sips and it was gone.
probably.
Probably serving us in small cups too, because it's all for gnome.
I can't tell if that was a yeah or a okay. All right. When she's done, she'll head over to Isidore's, unless Ragnar wants to do anything there specifically.
Not here currently.
All right, then.
Sorry, I was just fixing something on the layout here. So, let me. Just looked weird to me when I was looking at it. Just looking weird to me. All right, so Isidora's is easy enough to find. They just tell you to follow the main road through town to the south, and it's all the way at the far end along the back cliff wall. And so, which as you guys can see here on the map where I'm sort of clicking. It takes you guys about it's at the very south. It's the one that says Isidora's Hall or Isidora's Hall, right? And so walking all the way there takes you guys about a half hour, if that, maybe 20 minutes or so. And you arrive at Isidora's Hall, and immediately you step in and you can see that it is a place of learning. You see gnomes sort of walking around with some books in their hands, sort of reading through stuff. You see others that are scribing at various tables and like copying from one tome to another. Either you can only assume that they're making copies of books, right? Or at least individual sections of books. You can see that there are various sections where there are like scrolls just rolled up and stuffed into like little cubby holes throughout the place. And when you come in, a few of them look up, but then they just sort of go back to their businesses, whatever they were doing. It's almost like it's no big deal. But you are approached by one individual, and he bows, and he is a gnome. He goes, "Good day, fellows. I am Artisan Sinziver Bellowhand. How may the keepers of the tales be of service to you today?"
Hello, I am Nailo Honda. These are my 2 companions traveling with me today. Just gonna let them introduce themselves.
I'm Figgly Cricklefoot. I'm with her.
Agnar Stormhelm. I'm also with her.
And he bows, and as I said, I am Sinziver Bellowhand.
I am the artisan, the junior artisan on duty today. Please, what is it that you seek? And if we may be assistance, we shall.
I am looking for any stories or records you might have on an Dro city that used to persist in these mountains.
Dro are legendary indeed, although there are those in the know, or those who think they know, believe that the stories of the Drow are real. What about you? Do you believe they are real?
I do. And information has pointed me to these mountain ranges that there is a city somewhere near here. In fact, it is Tinkerholm. I came to Tinkerholm specifically to try to find records of such spaces. It might be
Such
destroyed
records
by
are
now.
such records are surely old and hard to come by. This would take much research. Do you have the time and the coin?
I probably do.
Well, for us to do the research for you, it is 10 gold pieces per day. For you to do the research yourself, it will be 5 gold pieces per day. However, if you do research yourself, for an additional 1 gold piece, we can give you a junior assistant to help you in locating those particular tomes and texts that you are seeking.
I feel like I'm buying a damn car.
Listen, man. At least you're not gonna get messed over on this deal.
um. Are you referring to the library?
No, the library is completely different. This is research. This is
I
the
believe-
research hall. The library itself is merely an aggregation of books and tomes and tales and stories. Surely you could find information there, but if you're seeking detailed records and detailed accounts, here is where you're going to want to search. The halls of Isadora are renowned for their lore of this region.
Could we get haggled rates if we reserve a certain number of hours in advance?
Roll a persuasion check for me.
Okay, let me do that with that fat 0. I was checking, and my performance is 2, but my persuasion is 0.
You can do it.
I have
And
to
by the
figure out
way,
how
I
to
know
do
I
it.
haven't been talking to chat much out there, but I really appreciate you guys hanging out with us. The rates are the rates, sir. I do apologize, but unfortunately, I do not have the authority to make such concessions.
It was worth asking at the very least.
Nilo just laughs like, all right. We'll do the searching ourselves, but we'll be happy for the assistant.
So that would be 6 gold coins payable per day up front. You do not have to pay every day up front. You just pay each day. In other words, if you wish to study for a week, you do not have to pay for the full week. You only pay each day as you arrive. The 6 gold coins will give you full reign of our tomes and our texts all the way until closing. If you wish to go after hours and continue your research, it will be an additional 3 gold. Well, it will be an additional 2 gold, and then if you continue with an assistant, it will be 3 gold for the evening. After hours. The hall closes at sundown. So it is now 9 a.m. basically. So you have until sundown, which is about 5:30.
I got a quick question. Is Tinkerholm in the mountain or is it out in the open?
No. Tinkerholm's in a pass. It's in a big mountain pass, but it's sort of a wide area.
But it is
It's
clear
sort of like
skies.
it's basically the mountain pass runs through, and then there's a sort of dip in a big valley where they built Tinkerholm, and then the pass goes out the other side down the mountain into the Elflands. And so, but there's a huge mining community nearby, which is why they built Tinkerholm here on the pass, so they could send their ore either direction, north or east or west. But there's mines to the north and mines to the south as well. That's where most of the gnomes here are either artisans that craft
objects or things, or they're minors. That's kind of like the two.
All right. So she's going to dig in her pouch and pull out the gold. And
Okay.
here you
Go ahead
go.
and take off 6 gold for me.
Yep. Here you go. And
Thank you very much.
should I wait here for your assistant, or will they be finding us?
Oh, please wait here.
Alright.
And the a young gnome girl ends up coming up to you guys, and she sort of nods and she bows. She goes, I'm Tiffaman Raffadoral. Have been assigned to be your assistant during your research period. Is there anything particular that I can help you find, sir or ma'am? As
Yes.
she looks at you and Ragnar.
We are looking for records of a ancient city that's somewhere in these mountains near Tinkerholm. It was said to have been built by the Drow, at the bare minimum occupied by them.
Do you have a name for this city?
The city's name was Mordain, yeah?
No,
No.
well, it wasn't. It was a location called the Hollows of Mordain, and then
Okay.
beneath that somewhere there was a Drow community of some kind, apparently.
Alright.
So it was
'Cause
actually.
I'm trying to avoid using Hollows of Mordain as my search as
Gotcha.
my key word here.
Gotcha.
You don't want that in your search history.
No, I don't want that in my search history.
I was thinking
What's
the
gonna
same.
happen?
As soon as he said that, I was thinking the same thing. I said, "Oh, here come the feds!"
I'd love the gnome feds to show up and bust Corbett. That'd be great. I want the cops music to play and everything.
Oh, is that the gnomish police siren?
Yeah. The Benny Hill
No.
theme song.
They play dupe by dupe when they show up.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
man.
horrible, Spartan.
That's hilarious.
No, we don't need that. All right. That was a horrible
That was
song.
awesome.
So, do we have anything for the name without trying to reveal the specific totem information?
Oh, that's up to you.
Like, do we receive like a name of the city or something
No.
related to it? No.
You got the name Orlak Sturgeonblood is the creator. He's the Drow elf that allegedly created it. The Sturgeonblood totem itself. The Hollows of Mordain is where it was supposedly located.
In that case,
now you
It's
could
the
tell
totem.
her she could help you, and then you could kill her.
I'm trying to not do that. I'm not that type of character. So,
Not about
If
that.
the
either.
totem was made in this place that we're trying to find again,
Mhm.
is it possible it had symbols that would have been also symbols that are like a signature that's attached to the city that you guys would have seen before? I'm asking because I don't know much about the totem.
okay,
Still.
you know what? I have one more question.
Mhm.
Any of the records and information we found in the drill told us about their the family system, the family hierarchies and stuff, and the family names? Was that in any of the records we found about
Or-
drills?
No.
No.
nothing.
Okay. All right.
Well,
I'm trying to avoid using-
you did find that Drow communities are typically very much like Perrenland, where in the fact that they are clan based. And
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
typically those that are favored of the deities tend to be higher up the food chain, so they have the power, right? So you've got the low mafia and the high mafia, right? So you got those that are
Yeah.
in power and stuff, and those that are just sort of eking by, trying to keep their families from being taken over, killed, and eradicated by some of the more powerful families.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid using meta knowledge I have of the drow.
Yeah, no,
Without
but
having to. Yeah, okay.
not specific names, but
uh,
at least a little bit about the.
So, maybe the name Sturgeon Blood.
Oh, well, that's a very good start. So go ahead. I want you to tell me, Nilo. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do. I don't want to call it a skill check, but in a sense, it's gonna be like a skill check, and it's gonna require you and Ragnar working together. And I need 4 successes before you have 3 failures. And the way this is going to work is you are going to tell me what skill and why it's going to apply to help your search. And then you're going to give me you're going to roll a 20-sided die straight up. 10 or better wins, 9 or less loses is considered a failure. And we're going to go one at a time. You cannot use the same skill back to back. So if Nilo, if you use an intelligence base, or if you use history to do something, then you can't use history the next time. You have to use some other skill or some other way that you think is going to help in the search for the knowledge that you. Does that make sense? Now, Ragnar, you can do a history if Nilo does a history, right? But likewise, you can't do a history back to back. You would have to do some other. But anyway, four checks that are approved as before 3 failures, and we'll see what we get from that. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Anybody not understand what I said?
Yep.
All right, so who wants to go first? Nilo or Ragnar? Do you want to go first?
I guess I go first.
All right, so tell me what you're going to empower knowledge-wise with this young girl on why it's going to help her find about the sturgeon blood.
I'm going to roll an investigation first. I'm going to help search the records that they have available as a second set of eyes.
Okay.
Trying to spot whatever is the organizational key that they told me about.
Okay, go ahead and give me then your investigation check. I know this isn't a true skill check, but it's just I wanted to make it a little harder than just make one check.
Yeah.
Got a 17.
17, one pass. Excellent. Okay, so what about you, Ragnar? How are you going to? You're new to this, right? So how are you going to sort of interject and help as far as find information about this alleged sturgeon blood, whatever this sturgeon blood is?
Given Ragnar's history with dealing with the North area too, one of his favorite pastimes and something that he typically does in his off time is share war stories and share individual stories of different kinds of battle and combat.
Right.
I'd imagine that the Blood Totem would have had a rebellion at some point, so he might know some stories about at least the warriors that were fighting back, and maybe some details about the people that they were fighting when they were rebel.
All right. So what skill do you think that would you want to use to entail that? Would that be like a history or something like that?
As a storyteller that would typically be sharing and learning this knowledge, I would argue that it'd be performance. Because typically sharing a story involves making the details extremely easy to learn and understand.
Okay, you know what? I'll go with it. I can buy that. So go ahead and give me a performance check.
All right, I got that nice +2.
Woo!
Trust me, none of my knowledge checks are that high, so it doesn't. It's not like I'm trying to get like a +5 out of this. No, it's all either gonna be 0 or 2s. And that's a 1.
Oh, no.
Guys, I have not rolled above a 10 since I started.
Hold on, you got inspiration.
I do, and I'm gonna roll it just because
you literally can't get worse.
I literally can't do worse.
There's a 20 there.
Dirty 20.
Yeah.
By the way, if you put the +2 in the brackets, it will actually add it to your total.
Oh, okay. I'm still trying to learn how these macros work.
No worries,
totally
man.
Totally okay. Anyway, all right, back to you, Nilo. So two successes so far, halfway there. So what does Nilo want to do now? She's used investigation. What does she want to try now in order to help?
The Drow were supposedly very religious.
Right.
So she's going to use her knowledge of religion to look for the fancy buzzwords and stuff and look for the dark gods.
Okay. That'll work. Oh, no. You too have inspiration, because remember, I gave everybody inspiration again.
Yeah, I'll go and use it.
Oh,
hey!
There we go. And 3 out of 4. One more to go. So, Ragnar, what about now? What do you think now is going to help?
Guessing since like from what I understand with the blood totem, it had that psychological effect. I guess
Right.
I'd be describing to her like the effects, and if she could cross-reference that with anything, like of like different kinds of materials that reference mind controlling things.
Okay. So what are we thinking? An Arcana check or what?
Honestly, any of them work because they're all the same modifier.
I actually have an idea for you if I can interject here.
No.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
I would just say let's say medicine, since a psychological effect is technically a biological thing. So I would say medicine would probably be the best way of doing it.
Yeah, but they're all the same, right? So it doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
So,
it doesn't matter.
yeah. Go ahead and give your.
It's gonna roll 2d20s. That's not what I want.
Oh, so close. Oh, do you get a +2 on that though? Oh, you already did.
No, I don't have any bonus.
Oh, you got a plus bonus on that. Gotcha. Okay. Whoa, our first failure. Uh-oh. Back to you, Nilo. What do we want to try? Don't forget, you've used investigation, but now that you've gone one round after, unlike normal skill checks, I allow you to go back and use the same one as long as they're not back to back. So,
Well, now I'm going to use history.
okay.
And everything I've learned about the totem and the Dro and underground cities and stuff, I'm
Okay.
just going to go ahead and roll that now.
All right. Oh, and we have a success. So, as you guys are searching through, you actually find a reference to a place known as the Hallows of Mordain and the wizard Orlok Sturgeonblood, who used to rule a dark elven conclave dedicated to a heretofore lost evil god. The only reference to this god is something that has is symbols instead of an actual name, and these symbols are kind of a mix between an inverted pyramid along with the spiral symbol that kind of like the hypnotic symbol. Those same symbols that you saw on the temple doors, carved into the temple doors of Dagavak. And so it was some ancient dark god long since forgotten, or hopefully forgotten. And even more so, you discover that there is a valley just to the northeast of Tinkerholm that is where the Hollows of Mordain are alleged to be. So you actually found, in your search for Sturgeon Blood, you found what you believe to be a location for the Hollows of Mordain.
Oh, nice.
And it only took you about 5 hours to do it. So it is now long since past lunchtime. It is roughly 2 in the afternoon when you guys finally wrap up your search, and you have some scribbles and some notes on the map that you guys found inside the totem, sort of indicating where the Hollows of Mordain could possibly be. Where to next? Hello?
Oh, sorry, I was banning a spammer from chat.
Oh, gotcha.
So, I think since we got this data, this is all that we found out through all of it, right?
What's that? Yes. Yeah.
Can I say I brought the map with me?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
I can do it.
Once I have the once I found this record, I'm gonna pull out the map and see if I can figure out where it would properly go on this map without the data they gave me. I don't have cartography as a particular skill, but maybe this person
So I
beside.
just moved you onto the map to show you where it is compared to where you guys are. So you
Over
Oh,
there.
great. We need horses again.
are right here.
Yep, I see it. All right.
So that is roughly not quite a day's walk.
Going
So-
around or over?
Yeah, you'd
Okay.
have to go around. There's no way you would get over the top of this. Well, you could. You'd have to buy all the climbing gear and go through all that stuff. But
Yeah, fuck that.
You know, since technically I still had some time at the library and we did find the location, could I argue roll another knowledge just to see what's over there so we're not running blind into like a Yeti village?
well, oh yeah, sure. Go ahead
Smart
and
idea. Hey, look, Spartan over here is SMRT.
I
yep.
guess like just a history check.
I'm
Okay.
just while you make that check, I am just going to point out that we still have a floating 20 that's going to disappear at the end of this session.
17.
So
Just so you know.
Ragnar, as you were going through all the tomes and all this stuff and all the books, there are actually a lot of communities and stuff that sort of dot the landscape around here, but it's pretty barren going over there. So apparently, this Hollows of Mordain was basically, they called it the Hollows because it's a deep pit formed in where the mountains meet, and apparently there's an entrance to the Underdark, which is, so the Hollows of Mordain are sort of go here, and then from the Hollows of Mordain you find access to the Underdark where the Drow used to live beneath the lands right there. So as far as you know, there's nothing that lives there. There's no current community there. There doesn't look like to be. There's nothing on the maps, the current maps that show any community there.
Does it mention if there's any creatures that wander out of the Underdark on occasion?
No. However, there are known really bad creatures that live beneath the earth. And you can look in the monster manual and pick anything that says Underdark associated with it, and those creatures could be down there. But nothing specifically here from the Hollows or anything like that.
Right.
So yeah. Where to next?
If this is all pretty much all we needed, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna mention over to Ragnar. Hey Ragnar, I heard the words you spoke earlier. You a performer?
Well, you could say that. It's definitely a part of my life. I know how to entertain people.
Do you want to swing by the mead hall and see if they will be willing to let you perform there?
I'm not that kind of performer. That's the problem.
You don't tell tales?
Not normally, but I love to share one. Usually, it's more for hyping up a fight, to compare yourself to legends, compare your enemies to great villains. It's a very popular thing they used to do in the arena.
Wait, did you say you fought in an arena? Like gladiator fight in an arena?
You could say it that way. It was a proving ground.
I did say it that way, so I'm sure I can say it that way because I did say it that way. That is incredible. So did you make like a lot of money doing that, or is that how you lost your eyeballs?
I didn't lose my eyes, but they were damaged in a fight, yes.
Oh. Well, that kind of sucks. That is because for a fighter, not having your eyes is probably one of the benefits I would think in a fight, being able to see what you're fighting. But it's obvious that you are pretty impressive, at least to me anyway. Because I would much rather not fight than fight. Even if I could see it, I don't want to fight it. Ask these guys.
It's a mixed bag of things. To be honest with you, going off to war was the easier aspect than dealing with the arena after I lost my eyes.
So you served that. Where did you serve? I wasn't that lucky. I was like a little too into staying alive than joining the mercenary group. So where did you serve?
I believe it was east of Bitter Pass. It was close by.
Bitter Pat. Hey Nilo, that's where you fought. You fought with Nilo in the Bitter Pass. How coincidence is that?
Yes, the Iron Bastards had helped. It's so stupid saying that name.
Do you love it?
It's very you, very you. The Iron Bastards had actually held up several assaults, and by the time the enemy forces reached us, it was relatively easy to mop up. I'm pretty sure without them in the middle, taking up the bulk of the attacks, we would have had a lot more casualties at the gate.
I mean, our position was nicknamed the Anvil for a reason. They constantly beat the hell out of us. But they're the ones that usually were broken.
Wow, that's that's an amazing story. Can we get something to eat now, or can we go get something to drink? Because I'm famished.
Sure, third breakfast is it? Don't
Third
remember how
breakfast it
goes.
is.
It's not breakfast. It's almost second dinner time. It's like 2 o'clock. We should have had lunch and then second lunch already.
Figley over here
I
stole
can't
my jokes.
remember with the Gnomish culture.
See, what I was gonna do was have Ragnar perform and let him perform for money. But if he doesn't actually perform, that wouldn't work. I'm like, use
Oh, I fight people.
That's the community we're in.
All right.
Oh, we're not in that community.
Yeah. All right. So
if we were in a Corbin community.
All right. So we're heading back to where? Are we going to the meat hall? Or are we going back to the Griffin Hall, or where are we going?
Going back to the Griffin Hall.
All right. So it takes you guys a little bit. Paviskro, you guys have had your lunch and stuff served, so you guys have eaten aplenty already. It's a silver piece for the meal, by the way, so go ahead and take a silver piece off. When Nilo and Figley and Ragnar all return from their errands, going to find the tellers of tales, or what Figley calls the vertellers. And they go, okay, then I'm gonna get something to eat. Anybody else want anything? Just let me know. And he grabs a sending stone and walks down the stairs with the sending stone. And you guys are all back together now.
Yeah, I've
Nilo
already eaten, so I don't say anything.
Nilo walks in with a big old grin on her face as she pulls the scroll out from her armor and presents it to Paviskro.
What do we have here?
Oh, go ahead. I'll let you discuss.
The entrance into the Hallows of Mordain.
You found it all by yourselves so quickly.
Well, decided to look. I remember there being heavy ties to family names, so we had the record keepers look up Sturgeon Blood. Figured that was probably the best route to try to keep a low profile, and we managed to find a reference to Hallows of Mordain. The Hallows of Mordain itself is actually the entrance into the Underdark. And then Ragnar suggested that we look in there for records of any beasties in the area that might cause trouble. While it's likely we could find anything that has to do with any of the Underdark creatures there. There's been no reported sightings.
And you are confident that this is the place we are looking for and that this is where we are meant to go?
It said Hallows of Mordain. It had the proper symbols for the gods that the Sturgeon Blood worked for, and it called it out by name. So I'm pretty confident this was it.
Good, that I am confident in your work. We can leave. How far away is this place? I'm going to take a look at the map.
Just less than a day of travel, actually, going around the bend.
We could make it there by nightfall?
Isn't it a little bit more than a day?
No, that this map it's about 2/3 of a day. So you would get there right at nightfall, maybe a little past nightfall, Cabistro.
Suppose we could leave in the morning, or we could leave now. It is a matter of a discussion to be had.
Let myself, Ragnar, and Figley grab a bite, and maybe we can talk it over lunch.
Right. I will stay here with the totem, so just bring your food back and we'll talk.
Alrighty. Gonna head downstairs to the other two, maybe more.
Yeah, I'll head out with her too.
Okay.
Gonna tell Figley, and Ragnar was there with me in that particular case. So if he wants to eat downstairs, I head back up to Pavisco so we can talk about it.
Okay. So it doesn't take that long, probably 15 minutes or so. Your stuff arrives. Again, a silver piece taken off for everybody, please, for the cost. As you guys grab your food and head back up. So you guys now have your food. Said you're gonna go back up and eat and discuss.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, according to the map, it takes less than a day to travel around the bend and get to our location, but we get there at nightfall.
We would have to set up camp and spend the night.
Yes. The only one who only two people who can't see would be you and Desmond. If you're okay with that, then we can do it.
We could light the place up, and I can see through my, though I cannot see through my own eyes, and I'll snap at my eagle, because we're in a room, my eagle will just appear on my shoulder. I can see through the eyes of these, and you can see in the dark.
Very well. That will work.
We'd have no problem arriving there and spending the night near our destination, so we can be there early in the morning.
All right. I'll go ahead and make sure it's all together. Oh, yeah, never mind. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty sure I calc that into the this time traveled. All that's left now is to carry that thing.
Yes.
Very well. All right.
Do you want to buy perhaps a wheelbarrow?
Or a carts or something to lug you in?
Although I would be concerned that many of the carts would be gnome-sized. Well, I suppose that might actually be beneficial, since it is not a very large load. It is just a... I mean...
How well would a cart move on that trip around?
You make a good point. We might have to abandon it 5 minutes into the adventure.
Maybe a sled, then?
That's not bad.
A sled would not be a terrible idea.
That's
Worst case scenario, the sled won't weigh that much and won't be that expensive.
Yeah, you can carry it, yeah.
We can always carry it with us, and I can easily haul the thing by myself at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Whatever you want to do. Okay. So just outside on the other side of the mead hall, when you were over there, Nilo, you and Ragnar noticed basically a marketplace. They call it the Trader Hall, but it's really just a bunch of tents. They have a big, large tent there with a bunch of booths and whatnot up underneath, but it's like a permanently made tent, right? So it's like large tent poles, huge leather sewn together and stitched together, sort of covering over. Looks like it's been there for a really long time. Very sturdy, very well put together. But there's a bunch of separate booths underneath. But in addition to that, there's booths outside the tented area. So it's a whole big marketplace. But they call it Trader Hall, right? And so as you guys get over there, you see there are all kinds of things that you see for sale, including fruits and vegetables that are more hardy in the winter. Beets, carrots, cabbages, things like that. You also see people doing nuts and stuff. There's several different people that have knickknacks and toys and stuff that they make here locally. But you do manage to find, however, an individual that sells snow type gear. Snowshoes, foul weather gear or cold weather gear. And in fact, there is actually a sled that you guys are able to buy. It's only about 5 feet long, but that only leaves a foot to either side of it if you guys were to strap it to.
Alrighty, let's go with that one.
Okay, that is going to be. Let's go 3 gold pieces.
I don't feel like haggling anymore today. Just gonna buy the 3 gold piece sled and put it on there.
Okay.
I want to tie it to the sled with the rope that is currently wrapped around it.
Yep.
Just putting that idea out there.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. We'll go ahead and do that, and yep, that works.
Now that we have the 3 gold sled, we can have Figley carry the totem now.
Figley can't haul the totem.
Why can't he?
Why can't he? He has a pull speed. Your pull weight's a lot more than your carry weight, so you
That's
might
true.
be able to do
He
it.
has a the totem is several hundred pounds. He has a
Is it several hundred? How'd you carry it up the stairs?
2 people. We had 2 people.
Okay.
But the point is, it's like a couple hundred pounds. Maybe not so, but just a couple hundred, right? And while one person can haul it, Figley with a negative strength is sure as heck not hauling it. So
You can haul it downhill.
he ain't hauling it downhill. He's running from it.
I
He's
think
running
that works.
behind it. I think he's running behind it at that point.
Oh yeah, his movement speed is like
All right.
less.
Right. I have a potential solution. Dungeon Master, can I buy a scroll of Tensor's floating disc, please?
No.
Damn.
We
We
keep
just
doing
bought-
that again.
We just buy a mule to drag it.
We could purchase a mule. That is within our means, if they have them.
We have ponies. It's a gnome village.
You know what?
Money would work too.
We could get a mule. How strong are the goats here?
What?
Goats
What?
can't carry this unless you want a sled team.
Although,
I'm
if
just
you
thinking-
look, give me an
Blood goats.
investigation check, somebody.
Oh man, I will give you an investigation check. Sure, that
Okay.
sound great.
I'll help
Yep.
him for advantage.
And don't forget, you have a nat 20 available still.
You know,
Sure do. I'm gonna,
want to just use that?
Yes, let's burn the nat 20 on the
no,
GM comment.
no.
invite
Let me see. Let me see what I get first because I'm adding guidance to this. Oh wow, that's really bad.
With advantage?
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Let me
I already
roll
said
that
I was
again.
helping you.
That's true. You did say that. Let me see if I roll better with the advantage roll. There we go.
21.
So while you're sort of looking around, it's incredible to believe that small people would have this, but there is actually an ox pen where there are 3 or 4, or let's put it exactly 3 oxen that are for sale.
But how good are oxen in the mountains? Because I don't know
They-
if we'll be traveling on a well-traveled path once we get.
So
once we
you
leave.
have to remember. You guys saw the trail. Well, you saw the trail coming into this, right? It's a well-worn mountain pass.
Yeah, I'm concerned
for
once we
hundreds
leave.
of years.
leave
Yeah,
that
but when
trail.
you get on the other side, the mountain pass going all the way down is still going to be good. You're not the only one you're not really sure about is that branch that branches off the heads up into the hollows of Mordain.
Yeah.
Because there's no real good road that was given that way, so it may be a little rougher for you guys on this little piece over here where you're at. Zoom way in here for you guys. For anybody that wants to see Nilo, there she is. She's like, where she is. So you guys are there, or she would. That's where it is, right? So you can see the dotted line as a well-formed trail going down. It's just when you get into the rough areas up there, it's more tertiary than primary.
Okay, I didn't see the extra line. I saw the white trail
Yeah.
line. I didn't see the other stuff.
Well,
Okay,
that's
all
it.
right.
The white trail line is the well-worn pass. But
Oh,
once
yeah.
you get to that point where you have to branch off to go up to the right where you are, then it's more tertiary and you're not really sure.
Yeah, that's what I was concerned about, was that last stretch.
Yeah.
I didn't want to buy an animal and then have to leave it behind because it can't make the trip with the sled.
Right. Right.
Hey, it's food.
Yeah. Want to have ox for dinner? Let's go.
It's party.
All right. All right. So what are we going to do? Are we going to go ahead and buy the ox? Are we just going to say to hell with it and carry it ourselves? What do we want to do?
Let's buy an ox.
Honestly, you guys just bought a sled. Just use the sled, please.
Okay, well,
Let's just use the sled.
I'll just carry it. I'll just pull in the sled.
All right. So you bought the sled. Got it on the sled. And it actually works pretty good because even though it's a well-worn trail, it is winter time and it is winter months and there is a lot of snowfall and it is hard-packed snow. So the sled actually works very well as you guys head out from Tinkerhome, heading to the north. Even though you're heading north, you're still coming down out of the mountains compared to where Tinkerhome is. Is that what I'm assuming we're doing?
Yeah.
All right. Are we leaving today or are we waiting until tomorrow to go?
I'm fine with getting there by nightfall if you guys are fine by getting there by nightfall.
All right. You guys leave Tinkerhome in the early afternoon, give or take 2 to 3 o'clock at the latest. You got about 2.5 hours, 3 hours of daylight as you leave. I need somebody to give me a survival check.
Desmond.
Ranger. With advantage and guidance.
All right. Let me go back to Tinkerhome here.
Still have that 20?
Yeah, I guess we do. Let's see if we need it.
Find Desmond here. Desmond?
He's
Yes,
top
mine.
right somewhere.
And he actually gets advantage because mountains are his favorite territory.
Oh, well, he can just add a
D4.
D4.
Bible, there we are. Dun, dun, dun. 12 plus a D4. So he gets a 14. Good. So it takes you guys a lot longer than you had hoped. Because of the late start in the day, you guys actually get right here. Still on the trail, on the pass, but you guys only get about half as far as you had hoped in the amount of time that you guys. But there are nothing sort of gets in your way, nothing drastic as far as that goes, right? So you guys make camp for the evening. I would like now 3 perception checks by 3 different people, please. So one from Ragnar, one from Perviskro, one from Nilo. I need to know before you roll what order of watch you guys are standing at night.
I will take the first one since I need to cast some alarm spells anyway.
Okay.
So over the course of those 2 hours while I'm keeping watch, I'm just going to keep adding more alarm spells around the area.
Okay.
And my eagle is keeping watch with me.
Okay.
Right. So would you like me to roll for me and the eagle? Just the eagle?
Roll for one or the other with advantage.
Absolutely. So that's going to be plus. My eagle already has advantage.
Yep, he already has advantage. Yep.
So
Okay.
because it has keen
So
sight.
so instead of double advantage, which you don't have, let's go ahead and add a +4.
Sure, absolutely. So where is that? There it is. And I will add a guidance to this as well, using a 3rd cantrip for the day.
The owl is it's both hearing and sight, by the way.
Yeah, I know. And this is with advantage, correct?
Yep.
So this 1d4.
Okay, nice, not too shabby.
Yeah.
Nice. So, in the first hour or so, as you're casting your alarm spells, in the distance, not doesn't seem like it's close to you, but you're not really sure because you're not mountain savvy. You hear the howling of wolves. But fortunately, nothing comes to bother you guys as you are sleeping in your campsite. But the sound of the howl gets under your skin because it brings back a rather recent memory of wolves howling in the distance that weren't so nice when things got to be, or toward the end of things. So, who's next? Yeah. So you got all your alarm spells set up, Provisco,
Yep.
and fortunately nothing bothered you guys. But
12 of them to be precise.
in the back of your mind, you remember those howling wolves in the hills, and yeah, that is a sign that you don't like. Who's next, Nilo or Ragnar? Who's taking the
We're
next
going
set of
next.
watches? All right, go ahead and give me a perception check for your watch. Whoever's next.
All right, then. See if I can get this icon to work for it. Oh, that just toggles it. It doesn't do anything. I thought it would roll it from the sheet directly.
No, you hit it and then there's a little airplane thing you do, and it'll send it.
It's not amazing, but it works.
Hey, good. So again, just like Provisco before you, Ragnar, nothing interrupts your watch. However, in the nighttime, you can hear the sounds of the night animals in the hills. You can hear the call of birds. You can hear, even though it's winter time and they tend to hibernate, there are some creatures like rabbits and fox maybe that are rummaging around for food in these upper reaches and whatnot. But fortunately, nothing manages to disrupt your night's rest. Nilo, go ahead and roll.
Yep. Same thing as Pavisco, except without the guidance.
Okay. Nice.
That'll be a 26.
Yep. As the sun comes up and Nilo stretches, you can see stretched out before you a long, low valley. You've got about another half a day's ride, but the night was completely quiet as the snow begins to gently fall upon you guys as you get ready to head into the region known as the Hollows. Packing up your gear. Everybody give yourself a long rest if you have not already, to ensure that anything that may have it takes you guys about not quite half the day. When it comes down to it, you all arrive in this low sort of dish end of a box canyon. At the end of this box canyon, you can see that there is a ledge and a walkable path up that ledge that leads to a grayish stone area upon which a large altar sits. You have arrived, gentle persons, in the Hollows of Mordain. The location rumored and of legend says the sturgeon blood totem was crafted. It is here you have been searching for the past couple of weeks. It is the reason you have lost and gained friends. The last bit of trek lies before you. Somewhere there is an entryway into the Underdark. But that's for the next time. And that's where we're going to leave our episode tonight. I want to thank everybody who managed to hang out with us all this time.
Hello.
I would like to thank the players for actually being able to get here through all the muddling and do nothing and just chit-chatting that we did along the way. It actually worked out perfect timing. I was this close throw in combat if you guys wouldn't have been on your way here, just to give you guys a little action in this leg of the adventure. But yeah, I think it actually worked out pretty well in the end. For those of you that follow, don't forget we are here every Monday night and every other Friday night. So this game will continue on a next Friday night. Normally next Friday, or I should say normally we would skip a week, but because of Thanksgiving holiday, we skipped last Friday, so we're playing this Friday and next Friday to kind of get us back on track. I did talk to Desmond's character. He can't play on this Friday because he has another game that he plays on this Friday, which is why he loved our game, because it's every other Friday. That's why he wasn't here. So he will be back with us next Friday, and I'm hoping Figley will be back as well, as long as he doesn't have to work. I may just have to make him move back into the house and quit his job so he can game with us. But other than that, Connor, hey man, appreciate you being able to join us tonight. Adam, Jacob, as always, good game for you guys tonight. If you guys want to see us play first edition game, we will be here 7:30 on Monday night. But what we're going to do now, again, if you are new to us, by the way, and I haven't said this all night long, so I'm going to say it now. If you haven't followed us yet, please do so. We are up to 123 followers. Our goal is 200 before the end of the year. Don't know if we'll get there, but we're really, really hoping. We are now part of Greyhawk Creatives, which is a group of like-minded Greyhawk content providers here on Twitch. Lord Kazumba was just invited to. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. See, speak and ask, and I'm not too proud to beg, man. Anyway, Lord Kazumba got his invitation to be a partner, which means that he can create teams, and those teams are basically we are the Greyhawk Creatives team. So all of our content that will be underneath that umbrella is all Greyhawk related content, which of course we are. So yeah, I'm hoping that by next week we'll be able to have a good list of some of those content creators that fall under that, and we'll be able to promote them here. Hopefully start spreading our wings a little bit more, start bringing in more folks. If you enjoyed the stream, I know it wasn't a lot of action packed tonight, but it was definitely a good little way to sort of segue between the last adventure where they retrieve the Yeti's tooth, and the upcoming adventure where they have to try and destroy this heinous totem that they're toting around with them. So I hope you guys will join us next week to kind of see what happens. It's definitely going to be an interesting conclusion to our series of adventures here. But then the real problem becomes is, what am I going to do with you guys next, right? So you're like 4th level already. So I'm like, what am I going to do with you guys?
Well, we owe a favor to the Mages Guild.
Yes, you owe a favor to the Mages, and I've already got it. I've already got ideas on what I want to go through, and I really try. Yeah, I mean, I have plot lines, but I never like flesh anything out officially until I know what path you guys are going down. That's when I really work hard to gotta get it. So typically what we do now, if you've never been with us before, is we shift over to the after party. All the after party is just like in a real life D&D game. You never leave right when the game's over. At least I never did. We used to hang out and shoot the breeze for a while. You can ask Perviskro or Nilo. Whenever our games were done at my house or we were at the game store, we would just hang around for 15 minutes, half hour if we could, just kind of shooting the breeze on what's going on with the world. So that's kind of what we're going to do now. I'm going to shift over to the after party. Players, if you can join us, I definitely appreciate it. If you cannot, I really appreciate you guys showing up tonight and knocking it out of the park as always. Also, if you're not on our Discord, go to the About page on our Twitch page. If you go to the About section, you see the link to the Discord. Join our Discord. You can join us in the after party, because what we do now is we jump off the game chat and over to the open chat. So if you go to our Discord channel, hit the open chat, you can join us. You can talk with the players, and kind of give us your feedback or whatever. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I know I always enjoy it, even if there's not a lot of rock'em sock'em robot stuff going on, man. I really do enjoy getting on here and mucking it up with you guys. So So Jacob, Connor, Adam, definitely appreciate you guys tonight, man. Hope you had a decent time.
I had a good time.
Especially you, Connor, because I always kind of got worried, man. First game, you're like, damn, this kind of sucked, and then you don't want to come back, right? So hopefully you'll be back for more energetic stuff next week.
Trust me, I think I'll have fun.
Good, man. I definitely
Can't wait to
appreciate
see the Myconid invasion that you have planned.
that. That's pretty funny. All right, so let's kind of shift over. First thing we're going to do is we're going to shift over to. Now can you hear me? Now can you hear me? Yes, you can. I said yabba dabba doo. That's what I said. Monkey's got me down, man. He knows exactly what I say as soon as I move over, man. I'm not Troy. Troy. I would give everybody a finger but you. You are like the one that I'm not going to because you are the man. But no, I was just saying. I said, I was talking to Troy about um, the tip and what I'm going to get with it. And I'm like, I could probably get the Stream Deck and the new Elgato webcam because it's HD. It's actually supposed to be really nice cam. So kind of looking at seeing because this one's a good cam, but it's not quite the high depth quality that I want. So if I can walk with that a little bit. But anyway, yeah, dude. It was the first finger. Yeah, I'm pointing at you, dude. Oh, I love that. I love that time to scare scribe. That's pretty funny. Part into that picture. I like it. I'm sorry. Looking at our Discord chat, the players are yucking it up. So yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I did during the break because I thought it was
Yeah.
fun.
I haven't. It's like I get so focused on what I'm doing in between Astral and the stream. It's like I don't look at the chat. I don't look at Discord unless somebody tells me, and I have to go look at Discord. But yeah, that's kind of funny. So yeah, so I was glad. I was afraid you guys weren't going to get as far as you were. The way things were going slow in the beginning and stuff, I was really really worried that you guys weren't going to get quite that far. And I was trying to figure out how to keep the pace moving a little bit. So sometimes it bogs down a little bit because we just get to having fun and shooting the shit and not doing stuff. But I'm glad you guys were able to come around and actually get to at least a launching point to the final adventure. So this is where I actually it was here or just a touch further. I was hoping you guys to get right. So anyway, I appreciate the effort you guys gave tonight. It was good. It was good fun.
Oh, trust me, this isn't like me and Corvus's normal Pathfinder game. We would
Yeah.
not be there within 3 sessions.
Oh
no,
oh
we
well
wouldn't.
no. So and I mean that's what I said before. It's like my first edition game is called 1E1 shots because we take an adventure and we go through it as a one shot, but it's never a one shot. It's always like a 15 or 20 session shot, right? But so we have fun. Who cares? We had fun doing it. So yeah, it was good tonight though, man, guys. I really appreciated it.
Hey, yo, Sean.
Sure.
Shit. So you know how I got that picture from the werewolf thing.
What do you mean?
I got the sketch. I got the old style sketch art page of the werewolf from the werewolf fight. Remember that?
Probably, but I don't recall off the top of my head. But what was it about? Refresh my brain. I may have to go back and rewatch the stream to be honest with you. Trying to
When
think.
we fought the werewolf. Here it is. This picture.
Oh, you
General
had
share
you had
something.
Yeah,
art
yeah,
drawn.
I got some art done of it. I want to do the same thing.
Where did you put it?
I just put it in general again.
It's not there.
It is
Oh,
now.
there it is. It took a minute.
I want to do the
Oh,
same
gotcha.
thing,
Okay.
but knowing us, it'll probably take us a little bit to get there. I would like to put you in contact with the artist, right? And you give them the references for the creature.
I'm
That way they
confused
can
on
start.
what references. What do you mean? I mean, I guess I'm.
Whatever the final boss is going to be. I want to do the same thing again, but I'm because
Oh, you mean in this adventure?
yeah, in this particular adventure, wherever the final boss is going to be, I don't want to know what it is because
The
that's always
last,
fun.
yeah, the
But I
last big thing we fight before destroying the totem, if
So
we destroy the totem.
I would like to put you in contact with the artist and have you send them references so they have the information so they can
Okay.
start working on it.
So they can tell you what you're going to fight ahead of time, so you'll be prepared.
No.
Is that what it
Yes,
is?
exactly.
That's
No,
what I
I
thought.
want to get in this. I always like to get the picture started. That way we can
Right.
have it, within a week or two, at least after the fight,
Right.
and not a month later.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
awesome.
You're not going to want to know what you're going to have to fight. Just for saying.
Nope, would rather not know.
It's the
Surprisingly.
Underdark. It's the Underdark Drow boss. It's either going to be a giant spider or it's going to be some sort of a flesh change monster.
or a drider.
Ooh, haven't seen those
Oh,
since like first edition. You know, you guys are going to go through that adventure, just so you know. I don't know if
Yeah.
anybody told you that the whole giant series. Ooh, excuse me, the whole giant series.
Oh yeah, against the giants.
Yep.
That's gonna be fun.
Yep.
Yeah.
You guys are going through
Drider.
all the classics.
Yeah.
You're gonna add you're gonna add like a mask on the wall at the temple that if you stick your head in, it just kills you.
That's a plan. Been there, done that.
This is why we don't stick our head into random objects without sticking other things in there first.
Right?
Yeah.
That gimmick's so scary though. You could just stick your finger in to test what's in there, and it's just gone.
Why would you stick a finger? You stick a pole. Get a 10-foot pole.
Most people don't carry 10-foot pole.
Then you're an idiot.
Figley does. Figley has a breakdown 10-foot pole.
Yeah. This is why you hire people to carry 10-foot poles for you.
This is why you hire people
That's
so
why-
they can test the traps for you.
Exactly. Oh man,
That's why I laughed so much when you
fucking
bought the
love hirelings.
10-foot pole from the store. Like, oh, taking a step out of Figley's book because you just started watching the stream.
I love the fact that I bought that 10-foot pole and I still set off every trap that we were trying to get through that temple.
So, we had a bunch of the monkeys are the spiritual guardians of the land, and they're all statues until they're needed, but they're also little shits, and they kept putting like spiked board traps, like kind of like a rake where you step on the rake or a shovel,
Oh yeah.
all over the place.
That wasn't the
Wow.
one that kept getting me. It was the dart traps because they
Oh,
shot down the corridor, not horizontally.
Yeah, it was great.
Oh man.
Your
Yeah,
rogue
no.
got really beat up that session.
Yeah, no. I've played through Sensed Fortress. I know enough to hate set traps. I fucking hate traps.
Oh,
I will 100%. I will 100% carefully check every square inch of this fucking place.
You know, it was.
I played Halo 2 on Legendary. I've seen worse things than traps.
Oh, okay.
Insta-kill enemies.
When Figley Austin at the time, you know, he won one of our random encounter, because I did the random encounter giveaways. I have since stopped doing them because I got off of Stream Elements OBS and got onto regular OBS, and I mean Streamlabs OBS. I got off that. But for some reason, the giveaways don't work the way I expect them to. So Streamlabs OBS had a real easy giveaway. You could say the text that you want, and it worked just great. Not really digging the Stream Elements straight up OBS version, so I got to figure it out. I haven't played with it enough. But anyway, he won the giveaway, and he had a trap that was in the village of Hamlet in the moat house. And basically, the trap was you find a tripwire, and the tripwire opens up allegedly a pit trap, right?
Mm-hmm.
The thing is if you trip the wire, it locks the trap so it won't open. but if you step over the wire, the trap opens, right? So
Yeah.
that was kind of like, oh, let's hop over the tripwire. And chopped over the tripwire. Boom, pit opens. Party never went to it.
Yep.
That
You guys
reminds me of
sucked.
a meme I saw where it was literally like one of those open floor traps. Like there's a pit trap, you have to jump it, and then there's a false floor on the opposite ledge. So
Mhm.
One of my favorite ones that we used to talk about back in the day, and we thought these was always cool, is like you're in this underground chamber, and it's like dark, and all of a sudden you see this torchlight coming at you, and you see these two huge fire giants, and you're like third, fourth level, fifth level maybe. You see these two huge fire giants rushing at you with torches, right? Or not torches, but with their huge swords. And so you turn around and run, and a pit trap opens up, and you end up standing waist deep in oil. And as the illusion fades and the two fire giants go away, it's a pair of orcs with torches, and they drop the torches in the oil as you're down there like 10 foot down.
Yep.
So, yeah, that was one of my favorite ones that I heard somebody talk about. So I was never that imaginative.
I saw a really scary like monster design for a mimic the other day, where it's like instead of like a normal object you'd assume it would be, it's disguised as a healing potion. So as soon as you drink out of it, it face huggers you basically.
Oh wow.
Oh, that is classic. I like it.
That's
Because I don't know.
There was an art. The meme was literally an art piece of it killing someone. Like, oh my god!
Oops. Here. My dice box.
I've always wanted to work in somehow like having a mimic as a pet, you know? I've never actually managed to successfully like
Have
make
you
that
ever
into
watched,
a character thing, but
You realize that mimics are actually the most mimics are intelligent and capable of speech.
I thought it was most mimics aren't capable of speech, but there are some that are.
Most are intelligent and can actually be negotiated with either a human corpse or a large amount of alcohol.
I think we're thinking of different settings and different editions.
Yeah.
I was gonna
That
say,
was
I
that
know-
was
Ever
cross
watched,
referenced. That was cross referenced across the different editions.
all I know is that I can tell you as a fact that in 5e that's not true.
I was just gonna say, like, if you've ever watched the Team 4 Star at the Table series, they literally have a running gag that they have like a wizard had an entire collection of mimic pets, and they just reclaimed them.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
they're just sentient. Period.
Yeah, I mean they are living creatures. I will say I just cross-referenced just to double check, and yeah, no, they in 5th edition they have an intelligence of 5, no language capacity. However, it does specify in the description that some, which implies to me not most, which is what the stat block represents, can like can be bargained with, or rather in exchange for food, and it can learn common. It can happen,
Yeah,
but
so
it's not the default assumption.
the horde
What if you just
mimic looks
cast
cool.
Awaken on them?
What was that?
What if you cast Awaken on them?
That only works on beast or plants.
Oh.
And a mimic is a monstrosity. But
Yeah,
if a
if-
DM allowed you to do it.
So the horde mimic, that's one I was looking at. That looks kind of cool.
Yeah.
It says horde mimics are among the oldest and most cunning of their kind. A horde mimic's massive amorphous form and shape-shifting prowess allow it to take the semblance of vast troves of treasure, not just a single object. So it's like, oh, and they have an intelligence of 10. So it's not like they're stupid.
Yeah, they have language.
Yep. Common, draconic, and telepathy. Telepathy would be a cool one.
Yeah.
Where'd that come from?
Hey, and I forgot what I was about to say. Never mind.
Oh, excuse me.
What I will say though is there is a part of me that has always wanted to craft or receive a headband of intelligence in one of my games. Not for myself, because unless it's like the one time I played a rogue for Sean or something, I typically a wizard of some sort. So I'm gonna have that already high. No, what I'm interested in is what I can put it on. What can I grace with a 19 intelligence and just absolutely change its life? And make it like my absolute best friend ever.
That would be kind of
I came very close to doing that to a rock once.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I almost got that thing on its head, but unfortunately it
Nice.
managed to escape.
Oh, I just
Yeah.
noticed on this screen, or on this scene, I should say, I never put up the follower or the follower goals or anything. I need to make sure that I fix that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this the new layout, man. Actually, it was kind of nice.
I did want to mention something that I noticed with the intro. Does it normally have that text show up in like the way it does, or is that the new
Yeah.
part?
Yeah, it's what do you mean the actual video?
Uh, I guess yeah, the part of the video where like you have the text fade in and out.
Yeah,
It kind of describes like what's happened recently.
You
yeah,
might want to see if you can make the stripe a bit like you can increase the stripe depth because it's a little hard to read on the white
yeah.
back, somewhat
Yeah,
white
the
background.
problem,
Yeah.
the problem I have, it's kind of funny you say that because I made the text like really big and I outlined the text and everything looked really good. And then when the software compressed it into video, it's like it shrunk the text and it jacked stuff up.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the hell? So I'm actually going to I want to build just like a shadow box to put it in. So it's like, it overlays the video, so the text sits inside the box. So the box would be like a gray background and the text would be able to be read better. But I'm so lazy that I just never get to it and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's fine. Oh man. So it's getting to be really close, man. I'm still not sure a lot of the Twitch technical stuff, like, oh, you got to have this many and that many or whatever. But it says I have my subscribers. It says 18 out of 25. So I don't know what that means, but I guess that's good. I'm getting close. Kind of cool. Weird. I said
Alrighty.
I've never played with any of this stuff before, so it's a lot of this stuff was never shown on the Streamlabs OBS, but now I'm seeing all these. It's like, oh man, I got a bunch of tools and stat blocks and stuff. I can actually open up the chat itself and stuff instead of because before, in order to see chat, well, now I've got it streaming in my various scenes, right? So I got the chat here and I got the chat on the game chat. So that way people that watch it on YouTube can actually see it as well. But now I got a thing I could pop out chat and I could just sit here and interact with chat right here. And it's like, dang man, where was all this stuff when I had the Streamlabs OBS? Glad I got this now. So anyway, I tell you that I got Kaylee involved in our gamers plane, Adam.
Oh, did you?
I did. She's
That's
gonna
awesome.
she's gonna NPC for me.
That's pretty cool.
So
I
the three members of the Dust Diggers group that was sent, that you guys are now going to find out what happened to them.
Mhm.
You remember, or do you not remember?
I'm gonna be honest. When the conversations begin to happen between multiple party members, I get a little overwhelmed in that game,
Yeah, yeah,
and so it can be hard for me to keep up with everything that's going on
Yep.
all at once.
Yep. Yeah, it is. It's tough.
Yeah,
But basically, when Jasper was talking about they sent
right.
Dust Diggers to investigate, there was a set of triplets,
Uh-huh.
a girl and her two brothers, and they had a sending stone that they were supposed to be contacting back with every couple of days. And it's been like a week or so since anybody's heard anything, which is why you guys are going to investigate for
Right.
them as well. So Kaylee is going to play one of those guys for me. So she's going to get
Pretty cool.
involved with our game a little bit.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
I missed her gaming and stuff. I said, I need you in the game, man.
Yeah,
You're
she
an
was fun.
English major. You're an English major. You can type, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Kaylee played Hyacinth, Connor, for in case you didn't know. She was one of our other face-to-face ones. So it was Figley, it was Aviskro, Nilo, and Hyacinth, who were our face-to-face group that we moved this online. So now I've lost her. I should actually get a hold of Antonio and say, dude, man, where are you? You need to join our game.
I love him. He was so much fun.
Yeah, he was good player
Always
too, man.
opening call. Oh no, the wrong one. That was the wrong one. Yeah, his hobgoblin was great.
Yep.
Yeah.
We had good times.
Who was the paladin though? I forgot his name now.
Oh, was it Anthony? Is that his name? No.
I thought it started with a P.
No, I've got him on Facebook, but I always want to say Anthony, but it's not. But he moved up to Nashville area.
The guy always played a paladin that consistently opened up sarcophagi.
Yep, that
It was
was
great.
that
You know how
was
many
the
times has he been
longest-
cursed? Twice, 3 times?
That was the longest running joke for that adventure, that series. We were doing for those of you that ever played some of the old modules or Dungeon Magazine adventures, Savage Tide was a great series. And so I started running these guys through the 5th edition version of Savage Tide. And it's like every time they found any kind of a coffin, um, he would open it up. And it's like, dude, no, stop opening the sarcophagus. No, it's okay. He'd open the sarcophagus. And sure enough, something would happen. So, yeah, that was hilarious. Good times, man. I miss the good old days. So, anyway, we're coming up on our time limit here at, I usually right about 12 o'clock is when I start to cut out. I really do appreciate everybody that's hung out with us this entire time. I can't believe that you guys are willing to just sit out here and watch us babble and me bumble my way through an adventure. But I love it. I definitely appreciate it for sure. Tonight has been an interesting experience all around. I hope you guys liked the new layout. Still have some tweaks I have to make to it, especially on this page, just to make it look a little bit better. Hopefully you guys like the new intro. I just kind of like jumping in and doing the who's who and what's what, and let's take care of some of the housekeeping business before we jump into it, and then kick off the stream with the intro video. But I'm definitely gonna take a look at that, Connor, just to figure out what the heck I can do to make that text better. Because I agree, sometimes it is hard to read, but honestly, a lot of it is I just want to play the video, get the soundtrack going in, and then I've already given a background of what's going on with the players and stuff like that.
All right, man. You have yourself a good night.
Yeah,
All right,
dude,
then.
I
Yeah.
definitely appreciate it. So, for those that want to hang around, I don't know, is there anybody? I actually only got a couple viewers, but I'm going to try this. I'm going to go back out, honestly, on the stream. I don't know how to do it from here. Give me
Take care,
just a
guys.
second.
Later.
All right, dude. We'll see you.
See ya. I'm gonna get some sleep.
All right, dude.
Good
I
night,
will
man.
see you too. So what I'm going to try to do here is I am going to go into the channel. Let's go into, hold on. Yeah, let's go into mod view. And let's go into see, is there anybody out there? Yep, there's 2 people left. So I am going to try, oops, going to try, see if we can't raid Greg Hansen. Oh, there we go. Yep, so I'm going to raid Greg Hansen. I don't know if this is going to work or not. I know we tried this before once. And 2 viewers, 3 viewers, 5 viewers, 6 viewers. And we're getting ready to go. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We will see you next time.
Hmm.
Perrenland. Welcome, adventurers, one and all. Glad to have you. I am currently trying very hard to get on top of the middle buildings here